Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 2 of season 3 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. I'm happy to have you all here. This is the second of our sort of interesting openers where we have two of the PCs going off on a bit of an adventure on their own in what is the time skip information. So thank you all for being here. We waited a little bit because I had a bit of tech to do, but the tech is done, and I think you can hear everyone, and everything will be fine. Is my understanding of the world. Before I introduce everyone, I would love to give you the big stuff. Hey, thank you for being here, everyone. I'm so happy to see you all in chat. It is nice to see you all. It is a duo episode, and I have declared that other players can watch duo episodes if they want. And I believe that Little Red Dot is here because we might need her in chat because her character did live in Berlin for a while, and it may be relevant. It probably won't be. I mean, who knows? Anyway, so I'm so glad that you're all here. It is your support as a viewer, either if you're on YouTube or here live, is really important. And how can you support us? The big thing you can do is to be here. Thank you for being here. The other big thing you can do is you can, if you like, retweet our live tweet so that other people will know about us like a toxic meme, and we'll just infect their minds, and then they will also watch us, and then we'll all become clones. I'm not certain exactly.
A wholesome meme.
A wholesome meme. Yes.
I didn't sign up for wholesome.
Terribly lewd
memes. A wholesomely horrific meme.
Yes. And so give us a retweet if you like. You can also we have a Patreon which supports the show so that I can pay this cast, and that is valued. You can also give tips and bits if you like, which also goes to pay the cast. And any tips or bits messages you give us, I will read out at the break, so that at the mid break and at the end, so you can give some love. There is another way in which you can support the cast, and that is you can use your channel points, which we call extra credit, to give them fate points limited to 4. And it seems, according to my records, that all 4 have been redeemed. And I would like to just give the visuals so that we can have the feeling of this happening. I would like to thank Hescape for donating one of these fate points for our players, which they may need for reasons. Void Smoker, who has done some amazing fan art. Thank you for some support from London. Coldrake as well. Thank you, Coldrake, one of our historians in chat. And also Will Wari. Hey, Will Wari, thank you. Thank you so much. Will Wari's a new name. That's so exciting. And we've got a couple of bits hanging out right now, and I feel like we're good with that. And we've got our lovely players here. And I'm going to just take us over here, and I think we should introduce our players. So, if we might, I would love for you all to introduce, well, this will be tricky, won't it? If you are a regular cast member, please introduce yourself with your name, the character you're playing, and so that's the first thing, right? Like who you are, who you're playing. And I would love for you to answer this question. The question is, have you ever been to Berlin before? And if you have been, what are your thoughts on the city? If you haven't been, also, what are your thoughts on the city? What are your thoughts on Berlin? For no particular reason. No, for no reason whatsoever. If you are not a regular cast member and you are a guest, tell us who you are. Don't tell us who you're playing, but tell us what your character thinks about Berlin anyway, in a vague and mysterious way, if you might. So let's start with Greg, because Greg is not at all nervous, basically, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. I will be playing Oscar Mueller, a reformed Gestapo agent, we all hope. And as for Berlin, I have not been. My family on my father's side is from Germany. My thoughts on Berlin, I would like to go. Other than that, I've done some research on it for a
Mhm.
prior RPG that
Mhm.
Lindy was involved in, and I hope things go better than it did in that one.
Mhm.
Back to you,
Mhm.
Trooper.
Yeah. Now, I imagine your character has probably been to Berlin once or twice for work. You know.
Oh, my character,
Yeah,
sure.
but what does your character think about Berlin?
Oh, he would
Ugh.
hate it. Oscar would absolutely despise it. Yeah.
I wanted to know what your character thought about Berlin, not you. I mean, I care
Well, I
about
don't
you
know. I'm
too.
one and the same. I mean,
No, I hope not. That would be terrible. Also,
right?
although on the other hand, if you were Oscar, I'd think you have aged quite well. You know, you look
Oh,
really
right.
young.
Thanks. Thank you. Um, no, yeah. So no, Oscar would absolutely despise it.
Mhm.
Because of the Berlin that he would know
Yeah,
as he was growing up would
yeah,
be the center of everything that was taken from him.
yeah,
So,
yeah. Um, Fox of the Rocket variety. Who are you? Who are you playing? And then what does your character? What is your character's relationship to Berlin, the current capital of Germany?
Why, that's me. Hello everyone. I'm Rocket Fox, and I am playing Sylvie Moreau, our resident jazz singer and the owner of the bar out of which all of this gestures around has been transpiring. Um, and yes, exactly. And as we found out at the end of last season, Mama to be,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
with one of our non-present characters. So as far as Berlin goes, she has not been there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll be real with you. I don't think she really has a lot of thoughts on it. Her thoughts don't really extend a lot past this. And now this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and whenever she moved to Paris and started becoming a business, whenever the Bricktops got passed to her, she started involving herself a great deal with the business runnings of the city and getting to know a lot of the other business owners and such. But Berlin, she doesn't do a lot of dealings in Berlin, so that's kind of outside of her purview, and she got a lot of other stuff to deal with
That's fair.
that has nothing to do with Berlin, and so her plate's a little full for that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Whew.
So yeah.
Yeah. She's like, I don't care about Berlin. It's I'm not I don't care.
I don't care about Berlin. Berlin don't care about me.
Nah. Or does Berlin care about you?
Mm.
So Josh.
Hi.
Who are you? Don't tell us who you're playing, but tell us how that character feels about Berlin.
Okay, well, hi, I'm Josh. You may know me as Gaming FTL. I've done roleplay all over the place. And I'm super excited to be here as I personally have been to Berlin, and I think it's one of my favorite
Yeah.
cities in the world.
It's a great city.
Likewise, my character is inspired by the city and its architecture.
Ooh. Lindy, who are you? Don't tell us who you're playing, but tell us how your character feels about Berlin.
Hi, I'm Lindy, and I'm very happy and excited to be here. I'm playing Redacted, and she thinks Berlin is a beautiful city. Um, it's got a lot of stuff going on right now, which she can or cannot say if she's happy about it, but it's still a beautiful city in her heart.
Yeah. So here we are. This campaign is set in late 1941, and it follows a crew of plucky, we'll say, French resistance members in occupied Paris. And we left season 2 with a number of revelations, including that our Sylvie, the jazz singer, is pregnant, but the club itself lost power accidentally. It wasn't really an accident. It was Oscar. Oscar shot up the transformer box to turn out the lights because there were a bunch of like French Gestapo in there trying to murder people. So it was a bit of a thing that happened. But the lights are out, and they've been working on trying to make a rooftop garden and try to sort of figure out what they're going to do with this club while it's shut down. They are also working for the SOE, the Special Operations Executive, which is the organization in London in the UK that is doing, it's basically helping create resistance networks around the globe to fight global fascism. And they are also double agents at the moment, which was all on them. One of their members, Sylvie, was kidnapped by the Gestapo because, well, arrested, and then a little bit tortured. And they were like, "We need to,"
because someone has a crush and does not know how to express it in the proper manner.
Maybe, I don't know. This, you'd have to talk to your Gestapo interrogator about that one. Maybe it's true. Who knows? But they told the Gestapo that they were secretly working for German military intelligence with some forged paperwork to get her out. And then they were successful. And that was the end of season 1. And then season 2, German military intelligence said, "Hey, we heard that you're working for us. Great. We've got some missions for you." And they're trying to work out that situation, which has been a little bit awkward. And our Oscar was a Gestapo agent sent in to find out what German military intelligence is doing. And surprise, a lot of excitement there. So when we left off, the state of Paris, we left off at the end of August, and the war has come to the Soviet Union, and now the communists, the French communists, are now getting involved in resistance, which in this case started with some protests, and then the Germans shot them, and now they're shooting Germans on the street, and then the Germans are shooting back on the street. Usually, there's like somebody gets shot, and then the Germans round up 10, 15, 20 people and then just shoot them all. So Paris is tense at this moment. Paris is in a intense moment. I would also note that at this moment in the war, things are not looking good for the forces of anti-fascism. They look really bad, as a matter of fact. At this moment, Nazi Germany has taken basically all of Europe, right? Except for a couple of people who are, independent, but either them or their Axis allies. You've got Spain, Franco's Spain over there on the west. You've got fascist Italy, and Germany's just marched through Europe westward. The English had to leave at Dunkirk. It's looking really bad. And now at this moment, Nazi Germany is marching east towards into Russia, and they're just taking everything. They're taking city after city, and it looks like their blitzkrieg will not be stopped. I have no idea. Like the siege of Leningrad has happened. It does not look like. It looks like they will probably just take Russia, just in the same way they took Western Europe. And the only country right now that is standing up against the Nazis is the UK. By themselves, because the United States is not in the war and is not quite certain they're going to get in the war. And so, they're giving a lot of guns and money to the UK, but they're not in the war. So the UK is the lone figure right now standing up against this sort of massive behemoth. And it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. And in this moment, two of the agents, Regina and Tango, have been recalled back to London to answer some questions about some of the things happening in Paris, and also to deal with the fact that one of their agents was terribly shot, leaving Oscar and Sylvie by themselves in this club that's been shut down, along with their doctor and their bartender. And they also took the young lad, Luke, who was their barback, with them to London. And so we've got this crew in this club that's not particularly open. And they leave around September the 5th or 6th. There was an assassination attempt on some really important members of the French Vichy government, the collaborationist government. That's up in the news. There's like a lot going on, a lot of concerns. And in this moment, when you're sort of like mid-September at this point, I suppose I'll ask you one question. I would say probably around, they left on like the 5th or 6th. It's not too long before your handler, or your liaison, Falstaff, starts coming around pretty every day, because he is a mailman. He's a mailman. He is a mailman, but that's his cover. But as a mailman, he needs to deliver letters to you all. And he is delivering letters, as you do. You get mail, flyers, that sort of a thing. But within that sort of packet of mail, there is also, there's usually like an envelope that's sealed that has some random return address each time. But when you open it up, it's actually a message from Tango to Sylvie. That has clearly come in probably through some sort of radio operator somewhere, but your operator is in London, so Falstaff is your person. And each one of these messages are very short, and it's just him telling you about how he's doing, his day. He's in the hospital. He's recovering. He wants to get up, but they won't let him. Regina's off doing training somewhere. London is bombed. Like, there's buildings that have been bombed out. It's just like these kind of daily, how are you? How's the baby? Just a lot of sort of daily check-ins coming in about every day from your mailman. Just letting you know how he is so that you don't worry about him. In these, let's say, week or two, these moments, what are you two doing? Like, what are you doing in these moments? Sort of early September.
Imagine trying to get the bar up and running again, for one.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be out of business for that long. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know, these are indeed trying times.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so, trying to get the power back up, trying to get the rooftop garden going, have to get the walls painted. I believe we spoke last time about a painting montage.
Yes.
And all sorts of these things.
How cute is the painting montage? I just want to know.
So cute. Ridiculously cute. Despite the fact that paint may still have lead in it at this point, I don't know my paint history.
Oh, I'm sure it does. And I bet there's asbestos everywhere, because
asbestos just like raining down like confetti. You know, but aside from that, it's very cute. And I think Sylvie would also be Slivery Falstaff notes, letters addressed to take back as well. And she'll try very hard to not insult him to his face because she appreciates these letters.
What's your current trouble? Oh,
my current trouble has nothing to do with Falstaff, so
it's lost your voice, is it not? What is your current trouble?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so she has
just checking.
She has nothing to say to him.
Apparently. So what about you, Oscar? What are you doing in like this week or so around this moment?
I would say that, Oscar's definitely helping with the aiding in the labor and repairs that are going on with Bricktops, but he's also trying to go about the hearts and minds of Paris as well, to make sure that the word is being spread that Bricktops is under renovation, and that it's going to be upscale. It's going to be, a place of fine contemplation and entertainment, of, only the best noses can look down on others in this establishment.
And while you're doing that, I would say it is probably sort of mid-September, like September 15th or so, around there, when you're waiting for your regular delivery. And as you do on that route, probably around noon-ish, there's that knock on the front door, and you know it's from your mailman, and it's probably going to be Falstaff waiting for you.
So she'll, at this point, she knows what to expect, so she'll kind of rush over there and open it.
And he goes, Mademoiselle?
Well, come in.
And he sort of steps in with his bag, and you see a man who's fairly tall, maybe sort of late 30s, early 40s, although graying, with a very angry scar on his face. It's just like as if somebody had taken a bottle and smacked him in the face, leaving. He was quite handsome, but he's got this sort of angry scar on his face, and he's dressed as a mailman. And he,
Who knows how that happened?
I feel like some people know how that happened. Anyway, he walks in.
Mysteries.
It's a little slow still. He's still recovering from an overdose, a poisoning overdose that also...
Who knows how that happened?
Who knows how that happened? And he walks in and goes, he sort of looks around to make sure everything is safe.
Oscar would
No,
nod.
I mean, at this point,
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody else in there, really. I think Charlie might be there, but...
Well, so, I have your letter as normal.
Oh, wonderful. Here.
Oh, yes,
Give
thank
it over, give it over.
Yes, of course. We do have some things to speak about, though. There's a... Well, you
Well, I don't need any stamps. Why? What are you still here for?
You have another letter that that arrived for you.
What is it, a bill? She's just gonna snatch it out of his hands.
It's not in his hands. And so I think we need to have a bit of a conversation. Would you sit?
Huh. Well, please have a seat.
Oscar would pull out a chair for
Puck.
Sylvie before.
You as well.
May I offer you something?
Oh.
We don't have much right now because we've been closed, as you can see.
Yes, of course, of course. This is business. If you both would.
Well, do you want something or not? I don't know.
No. It's all right.
Oh.
He wants us to sit down. Oscar would Riker into one of the chairs.
Sylvie's just gonna sit down. She's gonna. Well, I guess she's not really drinking because.
Well, it's the 40s. I bet you are. Cause,
Okay, she's
Just
definitely
just a
drinking.
little wine. Probably
Yeah.
just wine only.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want to be outrageous.
Right, she's not gonna be outrageous. She's just gonna be.
have wine because that's safe for the baby.
That's. I mean, you don't want the baby to be weak.
Right. Yeah. And she goes, and he looks at you all and says, well, all right. You've received a letter which I have opened because,
Isn't that illegal?
well, my dear,
Not here.
I'm sure the letter's been opened by a number of people. As Puck notes already, I'm just one of a long line of people opening your mail.
Wonderful.
So, I opened it because it was, it was from Germany, wasn't it? I thought that seemed quite interesting. Ministry of Propaganda seems to be interested in you. Well, I tell you what's in it, but you can read it for yourself.
Is it in his hands now?
He just puts it on the table in front of you.
She's going to make a large movement to snatch it off the table. She'll read it.
The letter is an official invitation for the brilliant and charming and very talented Sylvie Moreau and her jazz band to come and play in Berlin. There are a number of venues that have been settled for you. You have been recommended because you did a very, very good job. It was said Goering himself was impressed by your vocals at a soiree that he was at in Paris. And there will be a soiree or so in Berlin, and they thought that you would be perfect to come there and play. And in this letter, there's documentation. There are passes, travel passes for you and your band to get from Paris to Berlin, and tickets for the band. And they were based on the number of people that you had brought with you to the band at that party in season 1. So you've got a number of tickets and passes for your full band. Plus, I believe you had also 2 extra because Regina was there as part of your retinue, as was Tango, but Jules was not because he was there as a waiter. So they've got basically these 2 extra spots because they got everything for your whole band to go. All of your travel passes, of which they've been stamped quite a lot, and these are it is very difficult to travel because there's always checkpoints everywhere, and there's a little you are invited to go and play jazz in Germany.
Well, as flattered as I am by all of this, I'm assuming the invite is not quite as invitational as it might seem, as its demand, am I to assume?
Why would you want to say no? That's the question, really. I mean, it's framed very politely.
I'm sure it is.
It's framed very politely.
She's gonna take it and just kind of flip it over to Oscar. Oscar, what do you think about all this?
He would read it briefly and then look over at Falstaff. What does London think about this?
Well, convenient. I would say, first of all, I don't know if you've been following, but just a few days ago, they arrested 300 youth in Hamburg who listened to jazz. It's my understanding is that jazz is quite illegal in Nazi Germany at the moment for being degenerate. So them inviting you to a party as well, probably just an example of their hypocrisy, I imagine. But I did take liberty to mention that you were invited to go to Berlin.
To whom?
Well, to Baker Street, upstairs, as it were.
Of course.
So, considering that I'm the only SOE here, what I would say is London says that this is a good opportunity. You see, we have agents, and, we don't have that many agents at the moment. We're expanding, but we have agents in many places. One place we don't have any agents at all is inside of Germany. It is very, very difficult to, place agents inside the wolf's den. You have to have impeccable German or else they'll find you out immediately. It's not that easy. And, getting people inside Germany, even if just briefly, would be an opportunity for, a great amount of intelligence. Important intelligence. And so if you're going to Berlin, we would certainly ask that you do so, but that you have a secondary mission besides playing jazz for whomever you're going to be playing jazz for. We would ask that you, might I be a bit frank?
Do you want us to kill Hitler?
Well, if you could, that wouldn't be bad. Although I'd have to get it authorized first. But more importantly, the SOE is in a bit of a sticky wicket, I would say.
Really?
Well, yes, indeed. Not everyone in the government is happy about the existence of our little outfit.
You need a win.
Yes, but more specifically, we need a win for someone beyond ourselves. You see, we have one of our largest problems, it's making it very difficult for us to expand and to do our job, is that, the RAF won't fly our agents in, and we don't have our own planes. We have this American smuggler who has a plane, and we're using him for a moment, but, the Navy and the Air Force are not playing ball. They don't like us, and they don't want to work with us, and not having access to the airplanes and not having our own makes it very difficult for us to get agents in. So...
Well, they won't need to once Germany takes over, which is what's going to happen if they don't allow the agents to come in.
Well. Not everyone feels that way. They feel like if we weren't here, they could use the funds being given to us for other things. All sorts of high-level politics, as it were. But here's what the SOE proposes. If you go in, the RAF is beginning a bombing campaign against Berlin. A bit of a retaliation against the Blitz and all that. The problem is we don't have really good intel on the best targets in Berlin. We want really good military targets. The RAF doesn't have that. And if we could get it for them, if we could get them good intel, good targets, and I know that they sort of hide their industrial factories underneath other places, and if you could find the best targets, good military targets, would really hamper their war effort, and we give those targets to the RAF, I feel like that would go a long way to endearing ourselves to them, and they might then, perhaps actually fly our agents in. So, what I would ask is that while you go on tour up there in Berlin, that you get us good coordinates for targets so we can do good precision strategic bombing.
Well, not sure how much freedom they're going to give us to cruise about the city, unless you want jazz clubs as your targets. But
No.
I mean, I imagine we can do what we can.
Well, I'm going to note time of gifts. Bomber Harris is not yet in charge of the bombing campaigns at this moment. So we'll see what happens with our team. So, the thing is, there shouldn't be any jazz clubs at all in Berlin at this point in time. They've all been shut down. So I'm not quite certain where you'll be touring or where you'll be performing, but jazz clubs, well, there shouldn't be any.
They're going to have us in house parties, aren't they? Ugh.
Perhaps, I don't know. Well, I would say gather whatever info you can while you're there, especially strategic bombing targets. Is that doable?
She's just going to turn to Oscar. Oscar, house parties.
Yeah. He would look back at Falstaff. You are asking some things that we cannot answer. We do not know if they are going to allow us the freedom to move.
Indeed.
If we see something that could be a target, then we could say it. But again, you have mentioned arrest and how they have sent all of these jazz players to other places.
Yes. Well,
You are sending, and not speaking for himself, he looks over at Sylvie. You would send her willingly into Berlin,
well,
knowing that the circumstances around her profession.
you have been invited. If they've invited you, they want you there. I'm just saying that while you are there, perhaps being a tourist or whatnot, you get as much information as you can.
Well, I certainly won't not be getting the information if that answers your question.
Memory. I would hope that you have a memory precise enough to, or at least, no. I have a present. For you, Mademoiselle Moreau.
Oh, do you?
Yes. And he pulls out a small case. It's like a small flat box, you might get at a department store of some sort. And he slides it over across the desk towards you.
She is going to very carefully, I imagine it has just a top that comes off.
Yeah.
She's going to just lift the top off.
It's a scarf. Fancy scarf. Silk. Beautiful.
And what's this?
Take it out.
She will.
It's a nice sort of a black silk scarf that when you pick it up, give me, let me see, give me perform, perhaps? Let's say a perform role, because you're a performer, or artisan, one of those two.
Let's do perform.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Good. That's good.
I will give you an answer, but you can also ask a question. About the scarf. That you might glean as a performer who often uses scarves in your acts.
Does anything, I will ask a question.
Mm-hmm. This is the discover action. Go ahead.
What, does anything seem odd about this scarf? Like Sylvie has a number of dresses, scarves. She has gotten her hands on all of the fineries and silks and things like that. Like, she's gonna pass it through her hands. Like, does she feel anything weird about it? Does it? What is weird about this? Falstaff is not here to give her gifts. He does not like her. She does not like him. Like,
because you keep it physically attacking him. But anyway, yes.
I did not hit him in the face with a bottle. That was someone else.
No, and you actually missed the connect when you tried to punch him in the face, but you did almost murder him with poison.
Well, he doesn't know that.
He doesn't know that. So when you feel your way along it, you actually notice that there is layers to it, right? It's actually a multi-layered scarf. And as you sort of hit the edges, you can see that there is you could actually rip open some fairly loose seams to get inside of this scarf. And on the inside, if you open it up, there is I would say it's a map of Berlin, but it's very abstract, right? So that there are lines. So if you know the city well enough, you could pick out where it is, but it is not specific. It could be like there are major arteries. There are like sort of points, but because it's a black scarf on the end, it's also silk, right? So when it's shut up, you wouldn't be able to tell that there's something on the inside. But when you open
It would look just quasi lacy.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And then on the inside, what you get is it's not particularly representational. It's a little loose, so it could just be a pattern. But Oscar definitely would know that this is Berlin. And he goes, well, there's I would say if you could put the coordinates on the inside of that scarf and then bring that out, you could. This way, you don't have to remember and sort of miss the information.
Well, Falstaff, I didn't know you had a fashionable bone in your body.
Well, that's because you're an American. You don't realize that London is the heart of all of the best men's fashion.
Well, I'm not a man, so what would I know about that?
Indeed, you're not.
By the way, Sylvie, during that statement, if you look over at Oscar, the hub of all men's fashion, Oscar would very casually go,
There is one other thing. This one might be a bit more difficult.
Oh, Falstaff, please. You do not have to use the time right now to express your undying love. I know. We've been meeting every day for months now. It's okay. I understand how complicated things are now. You could just take yourself and go.
He just looks at Oscar. Are you quite done? Good.
Now I am, yes.
There's another mission. It's somewhat dangerous. But it's, important. This is for, Guildenstern, who you know as Regina.
Go on.
There is a man who is an engineer, a Dr. Friedrich Mendel, and he has a lot of information that would be very useful for London, the outfit. And he is, connected to Guildenstern, and she would like him brought out of Germany. He's an important engineer who has a lot of secrets, is my understanding of it. All the details I'm not authorized for. But my understanding is that, someone important to Regina, Guildenstern, someone important to her, promised that he would be brought out of Germany, and that promise was not kept. And she asked that we keep that promise for her. And so, the question is, if you would find this man, he's important, he's highly placed. If you're going to be playing for dignitaries and important people, most likely he'll be in there somewhere, or someone will know him, is to bring him out of Germany, smuggle him out. It would help the war effort, and, it would be a favor for someone important to this group.
And she wants him out alive, I'm to understand?
Yes.
I'm just checking.
is he being guarded?
Well, if he's as important as he says he is, I imagine so, at least in some way. So that'll be a tricky thing indeed, getting him out. But my understanding is that he knows, I'm going to tell you something that is highly classified, very dangerous.
Go on.
The Germans, we have heard, have, well, split the atom. They're working on making some sort of bomb. Something, well, unimaginable. We don't know where their lab is. They must have some sort of secret lab where they're doing this sort of testing. We don't know where it is, and we've heard that he helped build it, which means he would know where it is. Getting him out, well, we cannot let the Nazis have, well, whatever sort of weapon they're working on. Getting this man out is important.
Well, I
What
would
if
do
we
it
can-
for Regina, but not for you. But since she wants it done, we'll see to it that it happens.
What does Regina want done if we cannot get him out?
She wanted him out.
But what if we can't?
London says, 1, get from him as much information as you can, question him, and if you cannot get him out, someone with his skill set, well, it would be better if the Jerrys don't have access to his skill set, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Good. One other thing, then.
Go on.
Well, now it might be 2. Guildenstern has given me an address. A safe house, as it were, where presumably you will be given accommodations, and I imagine those accommodations will not be secure. But she has given me an address for a safe house where you can be, you can spend some time safely without being observed, some place where you can speak freely. All that she told me to tell you was that when you get to this place, knock, there will be someone, a woman, who will answer the door, and that you should tell her that you were sent by Regina, and that she will allow you entrance and you'll be safe there. I'm certain that you want people to stay there all the time, but if you have any time free and you need a place where you can speak, that is a place you can go. Or if something goes wrong. I've been assured that this place is safe and they don't know about it. Well, they won't connect you to it. So, and he sort of passes over this address.
Oh, well, wonderful.
Good. That's all the official business then. Unofficial business. Titania, I think that it's quite terrible that you are still here. You are pregnant. Pregnant women have no place on the front lines. I think that your being here is putting this entire cell at risk. I think that you should stop being selfish. You should leave France. You should go back to the United States where you belong. And I think you should actually take this Tango fellow with you. You two are both compromised being here together. I think this is, I think this is terrible.
Oscar stands up
If I
pulls Sylvie's chair out for, we're done here.
if I may speak frankly as well, the meeting is over and now you're trespassing. Oscar, if you may see this man out, please.
Jawohl.
Before you put your hands on me, Puck, please note, I control your fate here. Your level of insubordination and disrespect for the chain of command is a problem. Things will be changing here, in this place. If everything goes according to plan, well, if what I hope will happen, things will change here. And you all had best be on... be more professional.
Would you like less results or more professionalism?
Lack of professionalism will get you all killed.
Sylvie's going to turn around and then approach him and get like right up in his face. Let's get one thing straight, Falstaff. Neither Oscar nor myself are SOE. You have no control over us. I have lived in the city for 12 years. This is my bar, and you are on my property. Now, unless you have any other letters or packages to deliver, I suggest you leave. Now.
Mademoiselle,
Hmm.
mark my words, things are changing.
Wonderful. Well, maybe you'll change with them. Bye.
Tips his hat, picks up his mailbag, and he heads towards the door. Giving one look back, and he goes, "War's no place for pregnant women." And he walks out.
The modern world is no place for assholes.
And you are left.
She's going to
inside
turn
this
around.
bar.
She's going to turn around and look at Oscar. Mark my words, I'm going to kill that man. Before this war is over, I'm going to kill him. They may think the Germans will have done it, but it will have been me.
He's going to get himself killed.
Well, I'd rather it be me. I'd rather kill him.
Yeah, but someday he just won't show up.
What a disappointment.
He's sloppy. At least he is now.
Well, it's a shame that we need him. Besides, we promised Regina we wouldn't kill him in her absence. Ugh, I think she wants a piece of the action.
I never made that promise.
That's true. Well, if you kill him, I need to be present for it at least. I want to laugh in his face.
No.
I imagine probably just start going toward like...
He
fixing
is
stuff
right
up.
about one thing, though. What is... And Oscar stops for a second.
Listen, I'm not doing as much coke since I'm pregnant. I don't want to hear it.
What do you intend to do when the child is here?
Well, immediately handed a gun. We'll make sure the safety is on, of course. You know, don't want it
Sylvie.
shooting anyone on accident. That would be...
What are
Well,
you
unless
going to
Falstaff
do
is in the room, and
when
then we
the-
can just see what happens.
What are you going to do when the child is here?
I don't know. But war isn't over yet. And besides, if they think it's not going to go to their safe little England, if they think it's not going to go to the US, if they think it's not going to go anywhere, they're fooling themselves. So whether we stay here and try and do what we can with it, and I stay among people that I trust and actually, I don't know, try and do something useful other than sit on my pregnant butt somewhere. Well, I would much rather be doing that anyway.
Oscar would close the distance that kind of separated them at the table. I promise that I will help you as long as I can. I will
Well,
get you to wherever you need to be, whether it's here or somewhere else. I will help.
you are a good one, Oscar. She's going to give him a hug. She's going to say, besides, with the kind of health that you're in, you're going to outlive all of us.
He doesn't answer.
I mean, she doesn't expect him to.
So, Berlin.
Yes. Well, you're German. I suppose you know something about Berlin. I've
It's a
heard of it
shithole.
before, but...
It
Oh.
is not a place for us. Not anymore.
Well, what to expect? There's going to be a lot of Germans there, I suppose.
Well, there's a failed artist that runs them all.
You don't suppose we can get close enough to Hitler during one of these parties, do you?
Anything is possible.
Well, that certainly would make the rest of my pregnancy much easier.
just get ready. Just another show, and I will handle his scarf.
Yes. God, if we can work in there, just something, maybe just a little middle finger to him. I don't know what. I'm just trying to think of ideas.
We can do more than that.
I always trust you.
I appreciate it.
She's going to kind of wander off and kind of just like be assessing because I mean, I think on outside of their conversation level, while they're, while the skeleton, the literal body closet got knocked out, she's going to use the opportunity to be like, oh, what else would I like to remodel in the bar? And things like that. So she's just going to kind of be looking around the inside.
Yeah, and Trooper, if you wanted us to do like a montage of packing up the instruments, and
yes, please.
I will ask this question: how are we getting there? Are they putting us on a bus or some by train?
From Paris to Berlin.
Can I take the bike
on the train? No.
Can I ride separately?
That might be problematic with the connections.
I won't
too.
then.
Right, in the sense that like they've gotten an itinerary with these papers.
There'll be plenty of bikes there. I'm not worried.
Yeah. And what do you do about your band?
Well, she's gonna call up some of her more trusted members, and these might include some people that. Because normally she keeps a rotating stable of musicians.
People get taken, and sometimes you lose your musicians.
Yeah, but some of the musicians, at a certain point, older people who are like, I've got actual life stuff I'm gonna do, and things like that. She's actually gonna start hitting up some of the other people who stopped playing regularly at the bar for whatever reason, being like, hey, I trust you. We go way back. This isn't for an every night type of gig, but I need somebody I can trust to come with me on this type of a thing.
So here's the trouble with jazz musicians in Paris in 1941. If you are, so first off, let's just be upfront. A lot of the non-Americans aren't good. There's a reason why a lot of the jazz musicians in everywhere in Europe at this point in time are emigres from the United States, is because a lot of the Europeans are not particularly great at playing jazz because it's not an idiom they're used to. A lot of the sort of native musicians are a little bit stiff, and they've all been trained in classical music, right? So there's like a lot of the musicians who are native here are not the best jazz musicians. They're stiff. So you end up having either some Americans, many of whom have gone back because France is occupied and they left. Or you'll get a lot of really young people who are 16, 17, 18. Many of them are from the Czech Republic. There's some young French folks, but there are a lot of, it's basically kind of like a fairly young crowd of people who are really into this new jazz. Like it's something that really matters to them. So it tends to be like these Zazu kids, right, that Luke hangs out with. And they don't have a lot of experience very often, but they know the music at least, and you can work with them more easily. So you probably do a lot of coaching with them. Of course, the problem is that you have to have a job all the time right now, or they're going to pick you up and take you away. So there's like, you had various people who were foreign Jews, and they've been rounded up and taken away by the Nazis. So your stable of musicians are always a little,
Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
Hang on. I would like to roll a context, if
Yes,
I
please.
may.
Yes, please.
If I may, because
Mm-hmm.
let's see what happens with that first.
You want a 3. So that's a 0 out of 3.
Didn't go well.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost? Or would you like to use fate points? It's up to you. Reroll. You've got options.
Oh god.
Succeeding at a major cost before we go into the capital of Nazi Germany
We're not even there yet.
I mean, maybe you really want that. I don't know. I mean, because succeeding at a major cost is pretty awesome, right?
No. Okay, wait. Hold on.
Yes, yes.
What if because I feel like having a good band is important. So what if I use oh, those aren't for this at all. Okay. What if I use fate points? You said I need a 3?
Yeah, you need a 3 to succeed on that one.
Oscar, help me. If Oscar were to help me, he'd add a 1, right?
Does he have
I don't
contacts?
have it.
You
I
have-
don't
you
have
have to have the skill.
contacts.
What?
You have to have the skill.
I don't have contacts.
You're killing me, man.
He's
You've
not
been
from
in
here.
Paris for like what, a couple weeks now?
Yeah.
You should know people. I guess I could try re-rolling and we could see what happens.
What's the aspect?
I connector of humanity.
Okay.
Because she knows people. She
Yes.
knows people here, there, everywhere.
That's fair.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm just gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. We're gonna see what happens. There it is. It's gone. It's dead to us now.
Okay.
And by us, I mean me. I used one of mine.
Do it.
Oh, God, no. I'm gonna try and re-roll this. And will.
Oh, there
It
we
was
go.
great. Okay. Thank God.
Okay.
All right, it's great. So what happens is
Tell me.
So
There are some good jazz musicians in some of the bigger houses. You know.
well, here's the thing. Sylvie realizes that, a lot of the guys and stuff like that, they all have to have jobs and stuff like that. But you know who doesn't? Wives. Wives don't have to have jobs.
Actually,
And you know who has
I'm
a
sorry.
lot?
Point of order. Wives are not allowed to have jobs.
Their wives are not allowed to have jobs. So you know what they have a lot of time for? Playing jazz. That's what they have time for because they're bored. They are bored at home playing jazz because Paris was once a thriving jazz city, and the right people, they want to live that at home, and she knows who wants to live that at home. So she's going to reach out. She's going to reach out her long tendrils and she's going to find these ladies and she's going to have an all-lady jazz band full of rockin' dames.
I will say you cannot get an all-lady jazz band, but you can get quite a few ladies on your jazz
She will
band.
get a mostly lady jazz band of rockin' dames.
It's going to be hard to get the brass players because of sexism and misogyny. That
Well,
women are
that's
super
fair.
discouraged to play brass, but you can get probably like a upright bassist. You can get a drummer's going to be hard, but you can get piano player.
I bet there's a lady drummer hanging out somewhere.
Yeah. Like so, you can get a crew of some, but you're probably going to have. You might get a saxophonist who's a woman. You'll probably get some trumpeters. Like so, you're going to put together your sort of mid-sized combo band with a mix of some of your regular musicians and also some of these new ladies who can also get in there.
Yeah, so she'll get mostly ladies who have just been like, and the thing is too, like they don't normally get to play out a whole lot because of also sexism and things like that. So this is but they play a lot and they have been playing a lot and they're very good. And so for the instruments that she can't find for the ladies, she's going to bring in some protege young folk.
And we're gonna say we're gonna call this advantage that you just got. We're gonna call this a swinging band is what you've got. A swinging band. So you've got,
Okay.
and these are people who are good at jazz. They're not stiff. They actually can play. Right? They're not going to embarrass you in any way.
Oh, thank goodness.
And
No
that has-
embarrassment. That's all I ask.
And that has one free invoke on it.
Okay.
Oscar, what do you want to do to prepare? We have Sylvie making sure she's got a good band. What about you?
He would be working on maybe preparing himself for a little clandestine work. If this would require a particular like all dark outfit to sneak out in Berlin in the middle of night and risk his life. So Falstaff can, swing his cod around and go over and tell the RAF where to drop bombs. So he's getting himself ready for that.
Give me, say, tradecraft or stealth to create an advantage. You need 3.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
No,
I'm
not
just
yet,
asking,
Trooper.
I'm just
It's
asking.
not worth it.
Because I can
I'm
give you
not-
all sorts of major costs. if
I'm
you need
packing
them.
my clothes. I'm not canceling the trip.
It's fine.
Hold
it's
on.
fine.
He's just packing. What the major cause was? He light himself on fire somehow.
No.
Right. I'm gonna re-roll because that was like the worst possible roll I could have
Fair,
had. So
what is your
we'll see
what
what
is your aspect that you will be re-rolling for?
let's see. The show must go on. He
Mhm.
needs to make sure this works, and it's not. Well, we can't get another 4. Can we get another 4? I don't think we can, but we'll try.
You need a 3?
A 2. I got a fair, and I'll burn a fate point too.
Aspect?
Can we use a Bricktops aspect
Yes,
for
you
this?
can. They're always available to you.
Oh, I can use the brick tops at?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
goody. Let me look over.
Yeah.
Where's brick? Oh, can I use the crate of coffee, chocolate, and money? And with that, that's how he's making the dyes and things that he needs to darken his materials.
So that's a free one. You don't have to spend you don't have to spend a second fate point for that either.
Excellent. Yeah.
And so we will give you an advantage as well. We'll say prepared for espionage. And you get on the train. You are all prepared. You are ready to go. You've got with you like 6 musicians. You've got 4 ladies, and then you've got a trumpet player and a trombonist who are young fellows who are not from the Czech. Because the one of the things you basically didn't want to take any of your foreign-born musicians with you. You didn't want to.
I don't want them to get taken.
Yeah.
I don't have a Liam Neeson on me.
No. And you sit on this train, and the train is nice. You have very good tickets. And as you travel on this train, you can see the countryside as you're moving away from Paris towards Germany. And regularly, German soldiers in uniform come onto that train it's like every stop, in between every stop, and they keep checking your papers over and over and over. I would like a roll from both of you. You may.
For report?
No. Defense. They're gonna just do a little provoke on you all because as they're asking for your papers, please. A 2, and I need you to roll either will, probably will, because you're not going to be lying, but they're trying to unsettle you all.
Will, or is there anything else, or is it just will?
Wouldn't be rapport. Another option could be deceive, but you would have to be lying.
Oh, I'm not lying yet.
Can I use perform then?
Go on, tell me more.
I am allowed to use perform. I may substitute perform for deceive when pretending to be a loyal Nazi.
Please. And so, your papers, again, what are you doing why are you going to Germany?
Because it's wonderful.
They look at you. I see. What is your business?
Oh, dang. Question.
Yes.
No, question for Trooper, not for the Nazi.
I'm ready.
Okay. So one of my stunts is local celebrity, which is +2 on provoke or rapport if someone has heard of me. Is it not fair to assume that since we were invited upon this tour, that they would have heard of us?
Except that you are defending yourself, and provoke and rapport are not defensive skills. They are aggressive skills, my friend.
I hear your words and I don't like them.
I like them very much.
Oh, come on.
What are you going to do about that, my friend?
Well, it depends. What are they doing to me?
They're in your face.
in my face?
They're looking at your paperwork.
Well, nothing's wrong with my paperwork.
But you seem suspicious. You seem a little nervous.
Well, it's because they're in my face. What are they doing in my face?
Yeah.
Trooper, I'm a witness to all of this,
Yes, you are.
correct? I mean, I succeeded with enough to give me something, didn't I?
It's a defense, so you succeed. You don't take any stress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on. If
Mhm.
are they? Would you say they're attacking me?
Yes.
Are they attacking me?
They are.
Because I also have a stunt of comeback, which is a +2 on provoke if someone attacks me first.
Yes. Would you like to attack the soldiers who are looking
Yes,
at
I
you?
would.
Okay. So
I'm not taking this sitting down. She's gonna stand up.
Before we get there,
Ahem.
are you going to take that? Are you going to leave that -1 as it is?
No.
Just want to know. I just want to know.
No. She will. Oh God. I mean, quickly, Oscar, is that re-rollable? Should I re-roll that? It's a -1.
I mean, anything's possible, but it's not
Soldiers
really.
have guns at their sides, and they're looking at you, and they find you suspicious, and they're
I
looking.
find them suspicious.
See
Can
how,
I distract them?
Well, she's going to deal with this roll first.
I'm gonna re-roll.
tried
I'm gonna
everything.
re-roll it. I'm gonna re-roll it. Here's what I'm doing.
What's the aspect?
Fans in high and low places. This will constitute as a low place.
Okay. Reroll.
Well, we haven't even gotten there. This is the last of my personal fate points. Bye. I can't take it out. I can't remove it from my slot.
Is it because you're stressed out?
No, I'm trying to drag it off. We'll just know that I personally have no more fate points.
Okay.
Here we go. Ah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a mediocre. That's better. That's better. That's one better. Plus, I'm going to get a +2 from this one thing I'm using.
You don't have
No.
you don't have the stunt.
I
The stunt is
do,
for
though.
provoke and rapport. You are defending with will.
Well, I'm gonna provoke though because I'm gonna fight
Yeah,
him.
but that's on your turn. Take 2 stress.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, take 2 mental stress.
Bring it on.
They will pass it to you because they start going through your bags. They like open your luggage, and they start going through your bags.
So now provoke. Now I can provoke them. Yeah.
If you would like to attack the Nazi guards on the train taking you to Berlin, go ahead.
This seems like such a good idea, though.
They pass to you. It is your go. What would you like to do?
Oh, this
He's
seems like
going
such-
through your luggage. He's looking at your dresses, pawing them,
touching my
your
stuff.
lingerie.
Oh, my unmentionables are being mentioned.
And there's a bit of a smile on his face as he knows that he has power over you and that he can kind of humiliate you by just going through your stuff right in the middle of the train car.
In the middle of the train.
And there's this,
Oh.
and there are 3 of them there together. These 3 guards with German soldiers with guns as your train rockets towards Berlin.
I mean, can she ignore it? I don't know.
Sadly, I cannot compel you anymore because of that. You got rid of that one trouble aspect. Sad for me. Otherwise,
That's true. That's true.
Andy, what else did you bring with you besides clothes, sheet music? I imagine. What else did you bring with you?
I don't think she really brought too much with her. Like listen, it's an invitation. She's expecting they're gonna give her the booze that she wants. She's expecting they're gonna give her like the food that she wants.
Any jewelry?
Yeah, she probably would have some jewelry. Not her nice jewelry because she's never been to Berlin before and it's in Germany land, so it's gonna probably be some of her more like gaudy, but like don't really care as much about it jewelry.
He looks at your jewelry. He goes, "You're trying to smuggle in fancy goods into Germany. I don't think you need all of these." He just like picks up like a bracelet.
She can't. She has to do it. She has to. She can't. She can't just let this.
And he puts it in his pocket.
He puts it in his pocket. Oh my God, Oscar, you see this happening?
Oscar can't do anything. He's literally like this.
So the question is, I'm going to ask you, what would you like to do? And then you can pass it to Oscar if you like, or you can just pass it to him. It's up to you. What would you like to do as this man takes one of your bracelets?
She is just going to say, "Oh, that's fine. I think it would look much better on you than it would me anyway."
Oh, no, this is for my girlfriend.
Oh, no need to hide the truth from me. You're so pretty.
Are you making a provoke attack?
Yeah, she's making a provoke attack. But that does have a +2 because she's using her stun.
That's a 1. I roll a 0, but I will spend one of my fate points to turn that into a 2. And the aspect being brutes. These guards are brutes. And he just sort of looks at you.
She's going to look back at him.
Would you like to give it to Oscar?
Yes, I would.
Oscar, she's engaging in conflict with guards.
She can't help it.
On the train.
They're pawing through her.
They are.
Oscar's absolutely pissed as well because there's one easy way out of this, easier way out of this that he doesn't want to drop right now. There is, I'm assuming, a dining car. He would try to guide Sylvie towards the dining car and just say, "This is their train. Let them have the fun."
And you can hear them laugh as you are guided away. And they go on about their business harassing other people on the train, which they do. And you see this guy. He's sort of youngish. He's like probably like 24, 25, this fellow. He doesn't have a lot of rank. He's probably some sort of like a sergeant who clearly is really excited about his uniform. And he just laughs. Like the entire trip to Berlin is this man. Always him checking your papers and giving you attitude and feeling good about it, you know? Every time. Until they find someone else whose papers they don't think is very good, and then you see them hauling off somebody, in their grip. You notice how careful they are on the train. Do you notice that they search all the compartments? They're always there. And there's more than just them. There are multiple teams. But this fellow just likes to harass you. But you apparently decide not to go and really go and get in trouble with them, so that's fine. And you do make it to Berlin after hours, like 8 or 9 hours, more than that probably, of just regular poking and sort of, like, he just goes through your bag every single time. By
the time they get there, I guarantee you she has like a twitch in her face.
And you step off the train, and you're in the main train station, which is beautiful in Germany. And waiting for you, there is a man in a uniform and a woman. They are standing at the train station waiting for you. There are a couple other people as well, but the man in question is an older man. He's in a military uniform. He's a colonel. Oscar, you would know that. He's not handsome, I would say, is probably not how I would describe him at all. No, that's not how I describe him. he is. Here you go, my friends. Oop, where are we? I would like here. There he is. There is this sort of military style haircut, little glasses. He's got a bit of a dad bod, and I don't mean that in a good way. I mean that in a less good way. And he's sort of standing there at attention. And on his side, there's this beautiful young woman. Lindy, would you describe yourself?
I would love to. So, the woman standing next to him, she's petite. She's fairly small. She's got that classic 1940s figure. She's very well kempt, very neat. Her hair is done in a very fashionable style. Her makeup is on point. And her jewelry is definitely, it's expensive, it's of taste, but it's not ostentatious. It's mostly pearls and other things like that. Not to be flashy, but to definitely show some amount of class. And she looks just pleasant and present and sweet. She's got long, dark hair, kind of done up in curls and a snood, because it's probably fairly windy here at the train station. You don't want to get it all mussed up.
How old is she?
She looks to be in her 30s, maybe early mid 30s.
And how old is this man sitting right next to you?
Like in his 50s.
Yeah. And he is there. He's got a bit of a weird energy. He has, and what I mean by that is he has his hand on the woman's elbow. He's just holding her elbow in a way that sort of reads to you as maybe mine, like just like slightly controlling sort of gesture. And when you sort of come out, there are sort of porters who start coming to sort of take, there's a lot of musical instruments. And he goes, and he looks at Sylvie, who is an Asian American woman. One of these things does not look like the other. And goes,
Also very ostentatious.
Very ostentatious.
Lots of shine, like glitter.
Why don't you describe what you look like at this moment?
Yeah, she has got jewels upon jewels. Like her jewelry is shiny. Her dress is shiny. Whereas the other lovely lady is, looking nice but not too over the top. It looks as if Sylvie rolled out of the over the top bunk.
She reads jazz singer, I imagine.
Yes, like, darling, I'm ready for my spotlight. Kind of. Like, that's what she reads.
Oscar, what does Oscar look like? What does this woman see when she looks at Oscar?
Stagehand. This is the exact opposite of everything. Dark clothing, despite it being early fall, he has a pea coat on with the collar up, which isn't too much or too little, but he dark clothing, not necessarily like laborer's attire, but very close. He's not wearing a suit per se. Just ready to work, unassuming, not in the spotlight.
May I ask you a question about Oscar?
You can, sure.
Awesome. When Oscar lived in Berlin,
I always feel like I'm moving out on getting ready, like I'm being made to walk the plank when you ask that. Like I'm.
When he lived in Berlin, I know that you were involved in. You had various. What would you say? Extracurricular activities.
Sure.
Yeah, you did. Back when did you do? You did. You went to the theater. You did. Saw plays. What other things did you do in terms of your relationship to the nightlife of Berlin when you were in college?
Oh, dance. If he wasn't on the stage, he was on the dance floor.
What else would you do? Like how in were you on the sort of arts scene in Berlin?
I guess you couldn't help but be, because even at the time that he would be air quote on the scene, that scene would have been shrinking daily.
Yeah.
It would have been getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And so it wasn't a city spanning thing at that point. It would have been,
Yep.
Almost confined to a few blocks would be the art district or the art area. And so he would be at the very least known, because he did perform here.
I would like to tell you something because you don't need to roll. But Lindy, I would like you to roll. Could you roll for me performance?
I would love to roll that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Just open up my character sheet here.
Mm-hmm.
Perform, just straight 0 into the input value,
Yes,
I
please.
assume.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me start with you, Oscar. You know her. You don't know if she knows you, but you know her. She is famous. She is famous. She's the Berlin Nightingale. She is one of the biggest opera singers around right now. It's tricky to say. That's tricky. It's complicated to sort of say that. It's one of the things where a lot of things are basically being shut down in terms of nightlife, but she's on the radio a lot. She's one of those voices that you'll hear on the radio. But you've been here a while, and that says to me that you probably knew her before she was Berlin's Nightingale, when she was a younger opera singer. At least you probably saw her in some opera way back when. Sort of experimental things, smaller things before she got particularly... If you remember, she had a kind of a smaller, sort of slightly avant-garde opera thing going on, which was really just fresh on the scene, and then sort of out of nowhere, she became really big in traditional opera. A lot of German stuff, classics. She's not a Wagnerian voice, but she's doing a lot of Mozart, sort of a lot of good approved sorts of opera, shall we say. Kind of a little bit out of nowhere, but that wasn't the scene she was in when you back in your day.
So this was a metamorphosis then. This was a turn towards the establishment as far as what they would want to hear, as opposed to what she would want to sing or perform.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't act like he knows her at all.
But since you haven't, you've been in Germany recently, she's pretty big, right? She's got she gets good gigs. If there are gigs to be gotten, she gets them. Maybe other people don't get them, but she does get them. Weirdly, she doesn't tour a lot. So a lot of the touring gigs other people will get, but she ends up being in Berlin almost exclusively and doesn't tend to leave Berlin. You cannot recall her being outside of the city. She's almost exclusively in sort of houses in Berlin and also on the radio. So all those really good gigs that are in Munich, other places, other people get them, but she's pretty much exclusively here. You don't recall her being on tour. On the other hand, you actually recognize this guy, which is weird. Now, I'm going to tell you, this guy is hot. He is hot. He is, imagine like a Chris Evans in Captain America. And you remember him. I don't think you maybe have been in a party with him once. Ooh, in the early 30s, like 31, 32, 33, around then, like maybe 10 years ago, when you were in your 20s, like maybe you were in a party with him, but you definitely remember him playing in a production of Midsummer Night's Dream. There was this sort of a theater company that did Shakespeare and like some stuff. It was run by this woman. You remember it because there are not a lot of theater companies run by women, but this was one of them. This kind of cool lady, and she would do like all sorts of kind of neat theatrical stuff, classics, but new things as well. And it was her theater company. Jerry Becker was her name. She ran it, and you do know her. She's still around, and she is often sort of invited to your parties. She's still doing theater. You've seen her at parties quite a lot, and you remember him. And I would like to ask you if you saw him at the party, what were you doing there at that party? This was probably like an after party of some sort. Do you know what I mean? And it was probably, again, like 32 maybe. What were you doing at that party?
Oh, well, if it was 32, she was probably hanging out with a very good friend of hers at that party before he left Germany. Just living the nightlife, mingling, maybe a little canoodling, just getting around, having a fun time. Some drinks, some cigarettes, but not too many, just like one or two. That's it. Not good for the boys.
Well, but I mean, one or two is fine. Doctors at the
One
time
or two
said
is
so.
fine.
Yeah,
Just not like a pack a day.
Yeah,
or
no.
anything.
But
No.
Couple's good for your figure, good for your voice. It's the doctors say so.
Exactly, it's for the figure.
As long as it's toasted, as long as the tobacco's toasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was hanging out with an Italian opera singer who was actually quite the toast of the town at the time, who is not in Germany anymore. He's not here. Now, what were you doing at this party, this after party, Oscar?
32? Okay, so then like the cabarets would still be in the very, like they'd still be swinging.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Oscar at that moment would be naked somewhere.
So that's probably why you remember him. He has really good abs. There was some nakedness at that party. Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably like just the slightest pinkening of the cheeks in recognition of like, oh,
You would also know that the theater company that he worked with right around that time, maybe a little bit before, was shut down temporarily because they were performing natural outside.
I see.
Well, because I mean, there was a whole sort of free body culture at the time. There's a lot of nakedness. People were into it. It was good. Now
She may have had a various amount of clothing on at that party. I mean, who's to say? That was in 32.
Yeah,
That was like 9 years ago. She was in her mid-20s. A lot of stuff happens when you're in the theater scene in your 20s.
What hasn't happened in our mid-20s?
Yep. And as you stand in the middle of this train station with this sort of look of recognition between you all, and he was a great dancer, great actor, and now he's a stagehand. The person you're with goes, "Welcome to Berlin. I'm Colonel Otto Voigt. This is my," and just holding on this like vice grip onto her elbow. "This is my wife.
Hello, I'm Frida Engel.
Frida Voigt.
Pleasure.
Frida Voigt, dear." It's a weird vibe. So we have
Sylvie picks up on that like fast.
we're going to take you to your accommodations, and then you have a welcoming party for you tonight, where you'll be meeting everyone. My wife is the hostess at this party, and she will take you what you need, and if you need freshening up, you have a lot of women here.
Well, we do things differently in Paris.
Come. I'm so sorry. And he sort of lets go of your elbow so you can do whatever it is that women do in terms of whatever that is.
Yeah, she'd greet Sylvie, more like, "Welcome to Berlin. Please, is there anything you need?"
I don't suppose there's anywhere we could get a drink at this time of day.
Just a slight side eye. I believe maybe that should be saved for the welcome party. But then just like on the side of her face that he can't see, just like don't worry, I'll take care of it. Like just a
Of course.
Good.
I'm sure you throw a lovely welcoming party. Please show us to wherever it is you have prepared.
And he goes, "Do you have
And then she kind of turns and looks at Oscar like,
do you have a manager or something?"
yes, for this particular excursion, wanted someone who would be able to work with you one-on-one. Oscar.
Yeah.
Yes,
Definitely.
please work with the gentleman here.
Good.
Go, please.
Walk with me. And then he just turns to his wife and he says, "We'll be walking ahead to talk business. Make
course.
sure you stay in my eyesight as we go towards the chalet. I worry about your
course.
safety." And he
As
steps
Os-
with Oscar, sort of going forward and a little bit to the side so that they can have man talk, but he can also still see you.
Yep.
And as soon as Oscar's gone, she's just gonna kind of like side say to because I imagine she heard all of this.
Oh, yeah.
It was not quiet.
Nope.
No.
He is, nope.
Yeah, then she's just gonna kind of like under her breath say to Frida, like, yes, be careful. I might steal your soul or something like that.
I don't know that he is so concerned about. We are in Berlin. What could possibly happen?
Yes, is he always this like this?
Oh, he's being polite today because there's company.
Oh, this is polite.
Mm.
Oh, I see. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's well, I didn't bring any drugs on me this time, but
No, that is fine. Just tell me about Paris.
no, not for me. My dear, for you.
It is. Do not worry about it. I am.
Uh,
There will be plenty of wine at the party, along with other things.
And
yes, well, so yes, tell me more about this performance tour and whatnot. What we didn't get too many details in the letter, I suppose. You're
Well,
and that is where
delightful.
the husband is speaking at this moment, right, to Oscar. So the details will be that you'll be going to this welcoming party. You'll be expected to sing first tonight in front of important dignitaries. My wife, of course, will be singing first because she is a Berlin Nightingale, and I promised. Some people are fans of hers, which is good. And after this, I will take you. We will let you retire for the evening. Tomorrow, you have an important job to teach a brand new swing band all of your music and how to play, so that we can have our own band. And that will be taking care of this tomorrow. You will be spending as much time as necessary to teach these men how to perform jazz. We will need especially all of your arrangements and all of the newest tunes, because we cannot get them here at the moment. And like he's sort of taking you off about your mission, which is to teach this band how to play jazz with all of your arrangements. And he says, yes, this will be important. As he's taking the whole retinue and starts driving you all in this like large caravan towards this estate.
Does he allow Oscar to say anything? Or is
No.
this like
No. He's just telling you exactly what's going to happen.
Then Oscar would wait for him to take a breath.
Yeah.
And Oscar would say, if you haven't noticed, I'm here with a bunch of women. I need to make sure I can tell them where they cannot go. They will wander. You know how women are.
He gives this look of like anger, rage, and possessiveness that has nothing to do with you whatsoever. Could I get from you like a rapport, perhaps? Or deceive, either one.
Yeah.
Either one's fine.
Real quick, are they talking loud enough that we can hear from back here?
No, you're in a different car at this point in time. He's put you in,
Oh, okay.
in the ladies' car.
She's notably more relaxed in the other car. By the way.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. He's good.
I'm going to spend one to re-roll that.
Please do. And you get your stunt for this, yeah? Yeah. Uh-huh. And as he hears you talk about women wandering, you can just see this. Ooh, he's got some problems, is what I will tell you. He has got, I would say from this, what you can tell is that he has got his trouble aspect, and he is violently jealous and possessive. Just so you know. And as he's like, well, and he's taking you into the convoy pulls up in front of this house. The house is out by a lake. It is beautiful. It is a gorgeous mansion out by this lake. Somebody's home at one point in time. And they're pulling you all into this place. And inside the mansion, you see a man in his 50s, 60s, an older man, who has been tasked with, by his friend, the colonel, to making sure that this place is up to standards and that everything will be perfect for the event tonight. Could you, dearest Josh, describe this man who has been sort of roped in to basically kind of doing setup and because we need trustworthy people to sort of make sure that this place is good.
He's probably been working with Freda a bit. Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Well, you see a man who has a mop of unkempt salt and pepper hair and a budding mustache of the current style, and he looks probably about early 50s, and generally has a very stern and possibly haggard look on his face. And you can probably tell that he's an academic because not only is he wearing very smart clothes, but he's also wearing tweed.
Mm-hmm. And I imagine you probably have some sort of like vase or like you're some kind of like work maybe that is a little bit weird, would seem a little bit off for a person like him.
Oh yeah, he's like heaving a heavy box or something, like struggling with it and just like dragging it across the floor to where it needs to be.
And there are soldiers all over this place. It's still early enough that no dignitaries or nobody important is here. But this place is fairly secure. It looks very heavily guarded, this particular estate, this villa. There's a lot of security here right now, like a lot of security. Nobody else is here, but you all have arrived. And when the colonel shows up and sees his good friend, there's again a weird vibe. The colonel's got some issues, and he just sees his good friend, and he goes, Professor Mendel, I hope everything is being taken care of here.
It will be soon. Was there anything else? Hello, Frida.
And when he
Hello?
says that, the colonel just looks at Frida and then looks at him and looks back at Frida and then looks back at him. Just
She's got like a bored and disinterested look on her face because she knows this is the only way she's able to associate with anybody like ever. Oh, hello.
Lieutenant, was there
Colonel.
anything else? My apologies. Colonel, I believe once this is all set up, your wife will be able to perform, and then we will have a wonderful evening.
And he looks at Sylvie and Oscar and this whole band. And the soldiers, there are a lot of people around right now. And so he just says, a little too loudly, just a little too loudly, so that with a bit of a boom in his voice so that it carries quite far. And he goes, well, Mendel, do you plan on getting drunk like a skunk at this party as you did the last time, embarrassing yourself in front of everyone?
Not if we have your wonderful company with us this evening.
And he seems a little disappointed that not everyone is scandalized and that Mendel's not totally embarrassed. He wanted more humiliation. He didn't get it. It's frustrating.
I think there's like the smallest amount of it in Mendel's voice, but yeah. He's not like letting on anything.
Yeah. Well, we'll get people to take your bags up to the top floor where your rooms are. You will stay here in this villa, where you'll be performing, and well. And he gives a bow to Sylvie. It is, and he takes your hand and kisses it, and it is lovely to meet you here. Frida, I suppose I can leave you here with these people.
I will make sure that all the accommodations are up to par and that the stage is ready for tonight's performance.
Yes, this is women's work. All right. Manager, what is your name? 'Cause he never even asked your name.
Right.
What is your
Oscar.
name? Oscar. Fine. So, make sure that they stay here on the grounds. I don't want them leaving at all. If they have to leave, they should have an escort.
Do you wish me to go accompany them if they have to? Is there anywhere we shouldn't go?
He looks conflicted. You should have someone should escort them, not you. Someone. And you can tell he's trying to figure out who would be a good escort that is not him, because he does not care.
Sir. While I'm in your lovely city, I was hoping to do a little bit of shopping, of course, and I can tell that doesn't seem to be something that you'd be interested. Perhaps your wife. She's so fashionable, of course. I wouldn't want to bore you or anything.
Give me rapport?
I so shall.
Mm-hmm. And does anyone want to help with that rapport roll?
I want to stand there looking very fashionable. And like, yes, I would be a wonderful choice to send to go shopping with.
And he should help too, because unless he wants to go shopping with me, which I don't think he's going to enjoy.
Oscar can lean forward, maybe as a narrative support, and indicate the older gentleman that he just made the passive aggressive comment, aggressive comment,
it's aggressive comment. Yeah.
and say perhaps your man over there could show them around, but I would wish to accompany them to make sure they don't go where they shouldn't.
He seems very torn. He goes, this one is fit.
Oscar would lean in and say, if you hold any ill will towards this man, send him shopping with this one.
Really?
Yeah,
it's maddening.
Meanwhile, she's going to be like kind of pawing at Frida, just like, oh, where did you get this? Oh, this is so nice. Oh, your hair.
This is vintage. This is from
Enough. I say that you, Professor, you are good for a bit of shopping with these women. But they clearly need someone who knows the shopping district. Wife, you will go with them. But you, Oscar, you will also go with them. And he just leans into you a little, just a tad close. He goes, make sure nothing happens between those two when they go shopping.
Who does he mean by those two?
Yeah.
Indicate Sylvie and his wife, or his wife and the professor?
The wife and the professor.
Okay.
Little does he know.
Yeah. That's a terrible mistake.
It is true. All right, Professor. I'm going to go and be prepared. We have... And he gets this look of excitement, thrilling excitement, maybe a little bit too excited. He goes, "We are going to have Goebbels himself here tonight for this party. Make sure everything is perfect. And he points to his wife and then just takes her elbow just a little bit. Make sure your voice is perfect tonight. I need to make sure that calls."
Of course, I've been drinking tea all day.
And he just leans in and kisses you on the cheek.
Sylvie's gonna lean over to Oscar. I've never seen a scarier kiss in my life.
Just wait.
Well. And he gives a bit of a nod, and he goes in towards the villa, probably where an office is, this villa in Wannsee, leaving all four of you by yourself in the middle of the foyer as, like, you have these musicians who are milling about and soldiers taking luggage, and you are there in this house, this villa, by the beach, by the lake, and it is beautiful. And this place, which clearly was once someone's house, has got Nazi flags all over it and has been turned into, with the help of our good dear professor, into a bit of a conference space. It was once someone's home. It is no longer.
I have two meta questions.
Yes.
Real quick.
I'm here for it.
One, how far outside of Berlin are we?
You are in Berlin. You're in like the south part. So you're not, you're
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
we're right on the outskirt of the
Yeah.
south. Okay. Perfect. And the second one is there any way we were so lucky as to have been those soldiers that were on the train?
Mhm.
Did they happen to be any of the soldiers that are wandering around here?
Would you like them to be?
I personally, no, Oscar would really like if,
You can have that for a fate point.
yeah, I'll spend it.
Okay. Spend the fate point, and that means that those that detail that we're doing that work on the train, we're also there to escort you in.
Oh, how
Yeah.
lovely.
And you can see,
That man has my bracelet.
yeah, the man
Just
with
the
your bracelet.
one, just the one with the bracelet is who I want.
The other two are also there because they're just part of that.
Oh, I get them too?
Yeah, you get them too.
Okay.
They're friends.
Oh,
And the
Wow.
and the fellow with the bracelet, just like you can just hear you. Maybe you didn't realize he was there, but you hear him chuckle, right? Just like a little chuckle, kind of a cruel laugh as he walks by, just whistling. And he, by the way, does not pick up any luggage at all. He does, because he's a sergeant. Why should he? And he just sort of watches as everybody else picks up the luggage with a bit of a laugh.
break his knees.
No, I won't cause trouble yet.
Are you sure? I mean, you can if you want to.
How are our lovely guests?
Mhm.
Well, I say guests; they're the main cast, but they're guests in this house in Germany.
Yes, yes.
We are
We're
your
the hosts here.
Yes,
the
yes.
guests are the hosts. It's a fun twist.
Mhm.
How are our guests looking at? Are they having a particular look towards any particular soldier? Are they
Roll
keeping a good
empathy.
poker face?
Roll empathy.
I would love to.
Mhm.
A boop.
Oh, dang.
I believe you. Do you have a stunt for this? Do you have a?
I don't have stunts yet. so-
If you all are you wanting to be deceptive, you two?
I don't know if she's being. I mean, I think if Sylvie caught eyes of this particular guy,
Because
she'd
he's
probably
obviously,
be
because she
leering at
knows
him.
the German officer's
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
If he's chuckling and walking by,
Yeah,
there's probably a reason for that.
Yeah.
How are these two
yeah.
acting?
I mean, Sylvie would probably be leering at him
Um,
If that's the case,
mhm,
because she's
As we're
clearly a guest here. He
preparing
can't
to-
do anything.
as we're preparing to
Mhm.
go out,
mhm.
she will be bumped into by this young what is he? Just a sergeant?
Just a sergeant. Yeah.
Just a
Sergeant
sergeant.
with a lot of attitude. Yeah. Mhm.
And make sure it's like, oh,
Oh.
sergeant, you bumped into me.
Oh, I'm so
Just loud enough for,
Ooh.
if there was someone in the office nearby to
Oh,
hear.
Oh no.
can you roll for me?
Yes.
Oh
A deceive?
Provoke.
Oh, not a deceive?
I feel like it's a provoke, but I bet you have a stunt for this. I bet you have a stunt that allows you to roll something else instead of provoke.
Let's say deceive instead of provoke. She
When
tells a lot of lies, but I just love being here so much.
when
Like,
when it
you know,
has to
things
do
like
with,
that.
yeah, when it has to do with being seen as proper, right? Like I feel like your stunt is about
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
I could see that.
Yep,
Yeah, I'm just a good military wife.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
just
okay.
proper and prim. So yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Is there
okay.
any way to help? Can somebody yell out like, "How dare you run
Yes,
into her"?
Yes, you can. Do you have deceive?
I do.
Yeah.
Do I have deceive? Who are you talking
Yeah.
to?
Yeah, I'll help too. Can
Ooh,
I
I
help too?
absolutely have deceive.
Can I help too?
You have to roll. You have to make your roll.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will. I will make my roll. My deceive,
Yeah.
and I don't add anything to
Uh,
the little early box.
2.
2. Okay. Boop.
Yeah, and Sylvie's gonna help. As soon as she sees it, she's gonna be like, How dare you walk into the mistress of this house? Frida, are you okay? She's
I'm.
Gents.
yeah, what are
And-
you guys doing?
If not enough people like saw the actual
Mhm.
action
She gets her little
happen,
kicks somewhere. This is her little kicks. Her little joys in life is causing problems for. for other
Oscar would
Nazis.
say, Oscar would say in his best stage whisper, like throwing it behind him, she is a married woman.
Professor?
Because fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you see a
Just.
oh no, because of the suspicion cast on him previously, he specifically just steps back away from this
Yes.
situation.
It's like, oh no.
And it is almost give me can I get a fight roll from you, Oscar? You have fight.
Oh,
Could I have a fight
hell
roll?
yeah, you can.
Yeah. I would like a fight roll if you would.
Wait a minute, I have things for this. Is this like is he coming at me?
Nope. This is to gather intel.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I get a +2 if I'm with a member of my.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Superb.
Yeah, so you're gonna get a little boost here, but it is almost immediate that this colonel is on the scene. The time that takes between
And I've like dropped my purse because I've been bumped into.
Yeah.
You know.
the time it takes to get from him in the office to out here is real fast, and he is in a fighting space, right? He went to 0 to aggro real fast, and he comes.
Is his face like plum colored now? It's like
Yeah, and when he comes out,
Nice tomato.
he immediately looks towards the professor and notices the professor is not anywhere near his wife. But then he sees that soldier,
That's poor little sergeant.
the sergeant.
I'm not. I would be sorry, but I'm not.
oh, that was a dick.
And he gets really quiet. And he goes, Sergeant, come with me. We're taking a walk around the villa. And he turns on his heel.
The color just drains from the sergeant's face.
And the sergeant just, it's not, because people have heard things about this man. And the sergeant just goes sheet white and just starts following. And he and this sergeant leave the villa and start taking a walk by the lake to have a discussion about some things that involve his wife.
I want to imagine as he's walking past, like the sergeant spins and turns and starts to walk away. As he's walking past, I don't know if I would have to roll something for this, but I want Sylvie just to like kind of lightly bump into him and be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and just reach and grab her bracelet out of his pocket.
That would be tradecraft.
Oh, I don't have that. But what about her perform? Because she's so slick.
Mm-mm.
Dang.
This is some sleight of hand stealing stuff. That's tradecraft.
So sad. Well, in that case, I imagine because he didn't actually purposely bump into her, once he goes, if he turns back around and kind of looks at our kooky gang, Sylvie's
I'm
just gonna
picking up my purse. I'm so innocent and all this.
she's just gonna wave a little wave as he goes away with the colonel. Bye.
Oh,
Are the two friends there
yeah.
that you included in
Yeah.
this? Then Oscar would like amble up and kind of pull up behind the two of them, as I'm sure they're watching their friend being taken away. And Oscar would just say, "Huh, isn't that funny?" And then just walk.
Oh, and you actually don't get to go shopping tonight because the party's coming up too quickly.
Mm-hmm. But I do get to, like, oh, let me show you to your rooms and I'll give you the tour of the villa. So sorry about that incident.
Oh, that was
I
a
really do
far
hate to
better
cause a
evening than
scene.
shopping.
Professor, what are you doing?
I imagine he is looking at the two newcomers with suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's not a fan of new people. So he probably retires to he goes to the kitchen. That's where he
Yeah.
goes.
And one of the soldiers goes, Dr. Professor Mendel, you will be needed tonight. There are some people need to speak with you. It's a party tonight.
Oh, well, is it a party now?
Yes, but they won't be here for a bit.
Then I will be in the kitchen.
And this person who looks like an attaché of some sort, like a soldier, but not particularly, like a lieutenant, but not particularly sort of important, sort of nods and heads out and goes, did you bring the blueprints?
Yes, they're on me.
Okay, good. And he nods and leaves. And it is at this moment, as you're sort of standing there and sort of getting settled in, when the cars begin to pull in. And a lot of Nazi brass start walking into this space as you're all sort of ushered backstage. And Goebbels walks in with his wife. A bunch of other people start walking in. But that, my friends, what we do with that party will happen after break. We're going to hit our break. And when we start on the other end of our break, there will be a party with all of the best people at this party. I would like to, before we go to break, give some thanks to those who have given us some love in chat. And I would like to sort of thank Donal, who donated $50 for our cast, saying, "This is a great way to spend a Friday night at a party at the beach." I told the players before we started, this is a vacation, party and beaches. Like, this is what we got. I would like to thank Rissa for our bits, who says, "Welcome our special guests." Thank you. That's 500 bits. And Coldrake gives us some bits with no message. And I think the message is everybody loves this colonel who is way too old to be a colonel. He should be a general, but he is not. And Time of Gifts has donated $25 and said, "Mistakes have consequences, and it's probably time to stop neutrality." Yeah. And also, thank you, Billy, for the resub. We're gonna go to break. Drink something, stretch your legs, and when we come back, it will be party time. Excellent, because it's Ted. We'll be right back. Enjoy the radio.
Good evening. While the United States Navy patrolled the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean under strict orders by the Commander-in-Chief and ready to shoot at any Nazi or fascist war vessel caught in American defense waters, President Roosevelt's stern warning to the Axis powers overshadowed by far all other developments today. One of the most important immediate effects of President Roosevelt's history-making speech of last night was the fact that the entire world, by commenting on the president's stand, was forced to take sides openly, one way or another. Of course, in a few rare cases, the fence-sitting continued, but it was clearly evident that the slightest change in conditions, such as an unmistakable gain by either side, would result in open adherence. In other words, those fence-sitters are ready to jump on the bandwagon of the winner. In Japan, the Japan Times and Advertiser, the official organ of the Foreign Office, disputed President Roosevelt's claim that Germany's submarine warfare constituted piracy. I quote, "The sinking of ships by submarines is certainly not piracy, and the Germans have not made any profit out of submarine warfare. It has been an expensive business in lives and investments," unquote. Now, this is a very fine example of political fence-sitting. While it is being disputed, obviously in deference to Nazi Germany, that the Nazi submarine warfare constitutes piracy, not one word is being said that could be interpreted in any way as criticism of President Roosevelt's determination to keep American defense waters open to all shipping. And that indicates that Japan, at the right time, will have a chance to use the same argument. Now, if and when Nazi Germany should win a decisive victory on the Eastern Front, or, for instance, Japan and many others, will then assume that Hitler is going to continue on his way to conquer the world, then they'll join the Nazi-dominated Axis once again. They'll say to Berlin, number one, "We defended you against the accusation of being pirates." And then, number two, to Washington they'll say, "You proclaimed the right to keep your defense waters open, and so we claim the right to keep our defense waters closed to all shipping going, for instance, to Soviet Russia." Of course, if Hitler fails, then the comparatively anemic effort to defend Nazi Germany's total submarine warfare will soon be forgotten, together with all other agreements that tie Japan to the totalitarian Axis. Italy's views were expressed by Virginio Gaida, Premier Mussolini's journalistic spokesman, who declared in the Giornale d'Italia today that Axis warships would shoot first if confronted by aggressive American naval action. He said, and I quote, "German and Italian warships, when unable to escape from the announced aggressive action of American warships, will be compelled to attack first in legitimate defense." Now, that, of course, is only a mild rehash of a Berlin statement, quite transparent as an attempt to hide obvious fear behind a mask of non-existing courage. The Italian people, least of all those who have been maneuvered into an Axis alliance, desire a conflict with the United States. The Italian Navy, least of all combatants, has shown any particular fighting strength that would make Gaida's words ring true or rot with danger. What Gaida really should have said is the logical thing, namely that all the Axis war vessels have to do in the future is to stay out of American waters. The United States Navy is certainly not going to go out of its way to look for Axis ships elsewhere, but the presence of Axis men of war is definitely not wanted in American defense waters. And as for the boast that Axis ships will be compelled to shoot first, well, that has been done all along. As a matter of fact, that is the only reason for President Roosevelt's determination to put an end to these first shootings by Axis war vessels. Of course, defenseless merchant vessels, 4 of them to date, have been sunk by the Nazi marauders. But when it comes to attacking the American Navy, well, I feel quite confident that the scene will change considerably. As a matter of fact, I believe that both the Nazi and fascist navies will live up to their glorious naval traditions. They will run like heck and then, when cornered, scuttle their ships. And the United States Navy will probably not need to waste much ammunition. South and Central American papers gave their full and enthusiastic support to the President's declaration. Great Britain, of course, was delighted with the President's address. And pending a formal expression of British satisfaction, which is expected from Prime Minister Winston Churchill, newspapers and radio played up the American President's address. Virtually the entire British press agreed with this view and stressed particularly the order for protection of convoys. In general, Britain's enthusiastic reaction to the President's historic pronouncement was summed up by a declaration by Lord Halifax that every Briton has been heartened. And that brings us now to the reaction of official Nazi Germany. There was little doubt as to what that reaction would be. But it is very interesting to note now that Nazi Germany's propaganda machine apparently was ready for the president's speech several days ago. And that, in my opinion, underlines more effectively than anything else the full truth of President Roosevelt's anticipation. The danger President Roosevelt sees in Nazism and its ruthless aggression on the rest of the world has become much more real. Berlin announced today that Nazi submarines had been attacking a 40-ship convoy for several days in the North Atlantic, and that 22 ships already have been sunk. And then the Nazi communique adds, the attack is continuing. Of course, so far we have had no confirmation from London of this Nazi report, and perhaps it is not more than a Nazi propaganda invention. But whether it is or not, the intent is perfectly clear. Nazi propagandists are obviously attempting to minimize the danger to Nazi Germany, which lies in America's warning that all Axis war vessels caught in American defense waters would be shot at first. I have very often tried to point out that the one thing every European, particularly the Central European, in Germany, Austria, and surrounding countries, is in deadly fear of is the power of the United States. That is something very much akin to the mentality, let's say, of a prize fighter. He acquires that kind of thinking after he has beaten by a powerful opponent. So the next time and every time he goes into the ring to face the same opponent, subconsciously he will feel the same sting of the same knockout blow that finished him the last time they met. Perhaps the new generation of Nazis that grew up under complete Hitler domination, that may perhaps be an exception. But even there, I would say that if not actually fear, then at least a certain amount of respect is in evidence. And so, in order to offset that dangerous effect of an American declaration, which is just short of a declaration of war, the Nazi propaganda ministry has obviously made an attempt to minimize the inherent threat of President Roosevelt's warning by announcing this startling naval success. Now, if the battle, or rather that undersea attack, has actually been going on for 4 days, the Nazis could have very well announced it long before today. But of course, they did not quite know what President Roosevelt was going to say, and they didn't want to add fuel to his fiery words. Once Mr. Roosevelt made his stand clear in unmistakable words, they had nothing to lose, and then announced a naval attack just like saying to their people, see, the President of the United States only talks, but we, the Nazis, we act. And nothing, not even the American Navy, will stop us. At the same time, the Berlin High Command admitted what was termed a spectacular battle in the English Channel. In this battle, British speedboats were said to have attacked a large Nazi convoy. The attack, however, according to Berlin, was repulsed, and all ships of the convoy reached their destination undamaged. Now, this is as fine an example of the workings of Nazi propaganda as we have had in a long time. You see, the Nazi power is being propagandized both offensively, in the successful sinking of 22 ships in a 4-day attack, and defensively, in the repulsion of a British sea attack, while the whole Nazi convoy reaches the safety of its destination. Now, the unexpected appearance of both reports at the same time, that is conclusive proof of their propagandistic aims. Probably neither will be confirmed by the British Admiralty, but there they are. What went far beyond propaganda, however, and is actually tantamount to a confirmation of every word President Roosevelt said in regard to the Nazis and their peculiar style of fighting to conquer the world, is the fact that the State Department in Washington today announced that another American-owned vessel, the SS Montana, a sister ship of the ill-fated SS Cessa, was sunk. Just
welcome back, everyone, to the second half of episode 2 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I am super excited about, a party, a big party tonight, which is taking place at a villa on the Wannsee, which is a villa where high-level Nazis often have conferences. Thing. And I'm going to ask a question before we... I want you to sort of imagine this, right? There's this stage in like the ballroom of this place. And the stage is all set up. And there is... the jazz band is there. And the party is full of people. There are people everywhere. People coming in, dignitaries, important folks. And when we bring up our moment, we bring up the lights, we're in a space where performances are about ready to begin. But before that happens, I want to ask our professor a question. Dear professor, you have been at this house all day. You have been here. This is also a place that you have worked at as well. You were part of the renovations, making this place better for what it needs to do. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. I want to ask you, one, I would like to ask you to tell me something that you did when you were renovating, when you were overseeing the renovations, when you were doing the architecture of this villa. Tell me something that you did. And then secondly, what have you been doing today? While everyone has been out and about and working to get this place ready, what have you been doing in this place?
Okay. Well, during the renovations, the doctor, I think, he spent a lot of time making sure that the security systems themselves worked efficiently. There were electronic and various engineering problems that he needed to solve to hide them, because this is a very opulent place.
Yeah.
And just, making sure that things like security on windows was good enough, that the sight lines were beautiful, but also, not easy to shoot into, that sort of thing, spy on. And that's a large part of what he did during the renovations as an engineer on that project. But today, he has been, aside from doing manual labor,
as an architect, that's cool.
Yeah. He probably didn't mind it too much, because what he's been doing is making friends with the staff.
I'm going to want 2 roles from you, I think. One is I'm going to want your engineering.
That comes under sciences, yes?
I believe it does, yep.
Let's clickety-clack that then.
And I believe you get a
Pretty great.
+1 for that. You are going to get just a basic advantage, that you know the security of this place inside and out. And I would like a role, I would say maybe rapport, sort of get to know the people who work here very well. Is what I would say.
Yeah. He's been, and that's why he went to the kitchen last time we saw him, because he doesn't like most people, and he just hangs out and smokes and eats.
Oh,
he is so popular.
That's fantastic. You're looking for a 3, and you made that by 3. So you get that you succeed with style. So I want you to tell me, tell me who you get along with best. Tell me about your best contacts here who are working here.
Oh, okay. I think he knows best the probably the wait staff. Just like the busybody kind of normal everyday people that are tasked with basically everything and are kind of pissed off about it because it's boring work and hard sometimes. And he also had to do it, which built that rapport because he was cracking jokes, which is rare for him. And he's just like, well, we've got to shift this stuff. Let's go do it, I guess. So yeah, he just he spent and he like shared his posh cigarillos with everyone, and he just had a good time.
And
made the day fly by.
Yeah, and all the people who are working here in catering, they love you. They think you're funny. They think you're interesting. They think you're cool. They think that you're a comrade, and they appreciate you quite a lot. And you get, a little extra booze in your drinks. They, give you some good stuff, and you are often, there's a real respect there between the wait staff. Including people who are actually, I would say, also work here, who stay here, because there's like security who stay here and people who come in and out, laundry, like there's like a general sort of hullabaloo and of people who are working here, and most of them know you and they like you quite a lot, and there's always a space where you can sort of sit somewhere, you know what I mean? Like you get to hang out in staff spaces, there's like backstage spaces, spaces in the back, they will go and smoke in the big walk-in refrigerator and some of these pantries, and like you can hang out with them in those spaces, so you have a good sense of a lot of that, because they're happy to have you around. And when the lights are dark, well, I suppose I'll ask, does anybody want to make a discover action to try to get some info before the performances start?
Me.
What would you like to roll?
What can I roll?
You can roll anything, but whatever information you get will be related to the skill you roll.
I want to roll rapport.
Okay.
Because I want to see, Sylvie's going to be cruising around before the performance. Mingling as much as the mingling can, as much as the people will mingle with her. And she's going to try and get a vibe like, why is she here? Like, it's suspicious. It's suspicious. And like, what do they want? Like, what's going on here? Just what's the vibe? Like, what is going on here?
What is the vibe? Yeah, that's good. Give me rapport. 3 is what you need. That's a tie. So that's what I need,
but I'll take it.
Yeah, so a tie is, would you like to ask that question for a minor consequence? Or not?
Sure, I would.
Okay. Ask me a question. What would you like to know?
What?
By the way, there's Goebbels over there with his wife. There is also, you don't know a lot of these, you don't know the politics of a lot of this stuff. You're not like really big on German.
None of these people have actively tried to kidnap nor shoot me.
Yeah, like German governmental politics. So they're just a lot of high-level folks hanging out there, some of whom everybody else knows, because certainly Oscar would know. But Reinhard Heydrich, who's the head of the Reich Security Office, which is the office which is in charge of the SS and the Gestapo, all of that business, he's there. Goebbels is there. A bunch of sort of like high-level, some military army generals are there.
Okay.
They're just like a bunch of what I think that you would notice in terms of rapport, because you were going to get the vibe of what the vibe is. Yes, that was your question.
Yeah, and like what are, and I guess as she cruises around, like what's the conversation? What are people talking? I mean, because from the last party, we got the sense that when it was pretty obvious too, the SS and military intelligence were having just some sort of a way with each other.
Yes.
So like, is there any sort of like, I don't know, is there any word on the street? And by the street, I mean at this party.
What you'll get from your rapport is that there are different agendas happening at this party, it seems to you. Different people want different things at this party. You're getting a vibe that there's a group of people, well, that Colonel Voight wants to impress his important people. Seems to be what that's about, right? He wants to sort of put on a really good show that will be very successful so that he'll look good. He's very invested in this going well.
Of course he is.
You also get a sense that there are this is sort of a space where you know how there's a reason why this party exists, like it's here for a reason, and that reason is theoretically to welcome you here and to have a show.
Sure it is.
Right, but other people are here because important people are here. There are very important Nazis here, and it looks to you as if there are a number of people who want to get access to some of these important people and then ask them for things or try to impress them. So there's clearly a bunch of like bootlicking and trying to, like, there's a lot of currying favor. Like, clearly there's a lot of people who are like, oh, Heidrich is going to be here? Well, I'm going to get myself invited to this party.
Oh my God, it's a networking event. It's not only a house party, it's a networking event.
Yes.
Oscar.
A lot of
Time to get back on LinkedIn.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
What have we gotten ourselves into?
But also, it seems to you as if there is a group of people, not all of whom you recognize, actually you don't recognize any of these people, who are very much paying attention to you, very much paying attention to the band. Most of them are not actually on stage yet because you're not performing first. And by that I mean there are people who wander over towards the stage and look at the instruments that you have. They don't touch anything, but they're looking.
God, are these the people that we're gonna have to teach?
Probably, yes. That would be the answer to that is yes, right? So there's a bunch of people who are clearly
nobody else is gonna care. So
no, but they clearly care a lot, and they're very invested in studying.
Yeah, because they're gonna get thrown under a literal train if they don't learn this stuff.
Yeah. So they're very invested, right, in like trying to figure out. And the vibe you get from the guy Goebbels, right, is that he is skeptical of the thing, right? And there are people who are like, there's clearly like a vibe of people wanting to convince him this is a good idea. So there's some kind of like politics about your presence. You're a demonstration, it seems. It seems as if you're being used as a demonstration. Yeah.
It's gross. It's viscerally gross. She's gonna go over and see. She's gonna go over and approach the people who are poking at the instruments.
They don't touch anything. Rude. They're just looking.
Well, they're breathing on them.
You know, they're looking.
Also, it's an opportunity to just not be amongst the people for a second.
And there's like, you know, like a group of them. They're like sort of youngish. Most of them. Some of them are not. And they're just like looking at like, well, how many instruments do you have? What are they? Like, what is the setup here?
If possible, she's going to sneak up behind them. I mean, not like creep sneak, but she's going to walk up behind them while they're intently looking at things and try and startle them with like, what are you doing here? What are you looking at?
And they turn around and you notice, I would say, a couple of people. Most of them are sort of young and sort of, I don't know, sort of musician types. But there's like an older fellow with sort of balding hair. And there is sort of like middle-aged folks, and both of this people that seem to be sort of more in charge. They turn to you and they go, Miss, they say in English. It is good to meet you. And this guy goes, in English. Both of these guys start speaking to you in English. He goes, I'm Charlie. It's not my name, but you can call me Charlie. I'm a jazz singer myself. I was told there was a very good jazz singer in Paris and we could have her visit us. It is nice to see you.
Oh, well, Charlie, if that's what I shall call you, then I suppose I shall. It is a pleasure to be summoned. How long have you been singing jazz?
Oh, I have been singing jazz for years. And the other fellow who's standing there goes, I'm Lutz Templin. I'm in charge of this outfit. Well, not this, of course, but I'm the musical director. I'm very excited to have you come to our rehearsal hall tomorrow and teach us everything you know.
Yes, well, I suppose that will be a very quick and direct learning process.
Oh, you can stay here as long as you need to teach us everything that we need to know.
I'm sure I can.
Our musicians are, well, they don't have the, and he says in German, how do you say this in English? Charlie goes, oh, which one? And he goes, did you say the earth, vitality, this, and then Charlie goes, Americans are of the new centuries, the 20th centuries have this American, you have life, this American life, jazz.
Well, it has been said. And you have no other jazz players here in this beautiful city.
Oh. Gets a little bit weird when you say that for a moment. Well,
I mean, she has not been keeping up on the.
No, she has not. No,
like she's just not.
No, it's difficult, but it's very difficult for us here with the embargoes. But we know that you have the newest songs, and you can help us. Oh, but you should come with us. We have to tell you about the rules first. And they sort of walk with you, but to the side about the rules. Lindy, was there any info you wanted to get before the performances begin?
Oh, I think she is just trying to be the best hostess, you know? So anything she can glean from, I don't know, maybe just paying attention to people that are here.
Some awareness, you think?
Yeah, like awareness or empathy or contacts, whichever you want, whichever you think
No, it's
a good hostess would roll.
You get to roll whatever you want. You'll get
Oh.
the information you get depends on what you roll.
Well,
What would
they're
you
all
like to
about
know?
the same.
Mhm.
Ooh, who are the best people to try to have her husband to talk to so she can have the most free time while being a hostess at this party?
Okay, that's a very good question. I feel like that could be contacts.
Okay.
Or empathy, either one.
We'll use empathy because certain people she knows he would want to be with but would have no reception for him. They'd be
Yes,
like,
yes, that is correct.
So she's trying to
That is correct.
look through that. Yeah, she's trying to get that level. Sure thing. Okay. Boop.
Ooh, you need a 3.
Need a 3. Can I use any fate points? Can I use a fate point to reroll?
Or you can just add +2 with a fate point.
Oh, let's do that then. That sounds good.
What is the justification? What about our Frida allows her to take, her fate in her own hands and sort of be a little bit better?
Well, I could either use my troubled aspect of jealous controlling husband, or
Yeah, that
I
would
could
work.
we could maybe just use that one for this because I'm trying to pawn him off.
Yeah. That
I have
makes sense to
others,
me.
but
that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think those will come into play later.
Yeah.
I have to scout first before I can wheedle.
You are able to sort of get a good sense of a bunch of the different sort of characters and who does not like your husband.
Yes.
And who does, and you know that his boss does not like him. And so there are various people in the general pool that would not be the ones.
Because as hostess, I can go be like, "Oh, come with me, darling. Talk to these people. Oh, you just have a great time talking, and I'm gonna go over here."
And you're able to sort of find that person and get your husband a bit distracted. Oscar.
Yes.
Before the entertainment starts, is there any info you're wanting to gather? Any stuff you want to discover?
Absolutely. And
Talk to
Oscar has changed for the party. He's still in all black, but it's more of a 40s vibe tux.
Yeah.
But it's like John Wick
Yeah.
meets the 40s. So he can still maintain his stage hand. So black shirt, black tie, black jacket, slight tail. So here's what I would like. This is a upper crust party.
Yes, it is.
So it's everyone's being, and this is at the edge of town.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that everybody's being chauffeured here,
Yes.
and I'd like to know where they come from. I'd like to know like where the GPS is and the addresses where they're being picked up, because these important people would be really neat to drop a bomb on.
So that is going to have to be, let's see, you're going to have
Investigate
to
or
get that, You could do investigate, or investigate's a doable one. I think also perhaps tradecraft would be doable as well, because you're gonna have to be a little bit
I will.
clandestine.
Right. I will always ask.
Mm-hmm.
I have two that I will ask about.
I'm ready for
Can
it.
I do this to be being a loyal Nazi to deceive the drivers into basically just telling me where they came from?
Uh-huh. I feel like that'd be
I'm
yeah,
obviously
yeah.
a labor class
Yep.
person as well, so
So we're looking at probably for that one. I think contacts would be good. There, or you could do a deceive to like sort of like chat up the drivers to get a sense of where they're staying.
yeah. And what it would be is it's under the guise of I'm taking them to shopping. I want to make sure that I'm going to the right place, and I don't wander into the wrong areas. And even if they can give away some area, like whatever you do,
Yeah.
don't go down.
Mhm.
That's where the factory is,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something.
Well, that
So-
they wouldn't say because that wouldn't even sort of occur to them. But you could like these people are drivers. They've got to drive their people around. You could give me a roll with your deceive, and your stunt I believe works with that one completely. Mm-hmm.
Lord Almighty.
It's not a 3. Would you like to succeed at a cost? Or you can take the fail and I get to ask you a question that the opposition gets to know.
I have to ask for a group fate point if I want to re-roll that.
Mendel, come
I mean,
in.
that is our mission, so that I would say that deserves a group fate point.
Josh has a.
Well, I have fate points, and I can't remember the mechanic, but I can come in and give you a hand.
All right, so let's set this up. Everything's happening right all on the stage, and Oscar, I imagine you're outside, out front, maybe having a smoke, because all the drivers are out there now with their cars, and they're all kind of like they're all sticking around, loitering. Right, there's not much going on there, and they're sitting around there and they're smoking, and you, my dearest Josh, you can see Oscar sort of going out there to chat with them, the manager, stagehand, somebody attached to this jazz band, sort of chatting with your friends because you have good friends over there. Go ahead, Oscar.
Yeah, and he would just be, and again, maybe he stumbles a bit as he's trying to explain without giving away what he needs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that indirect thing would probably give Josh an opening to come out as no, I just was, when you're coming over, what is the best route here to, and then as that kind of back and forth. Yeah.
I step in from behind when I see you, floundering a little bit. I'm like, no, he means the bridge on this side. Look, it's a very, very simple city. Look, I have many favorite parts of it. And he points out to the drivers, like he points out certain landmarks that he's like, so do you go past here?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to need you to, you get to spend one of your free ones for your knowing the help, and then just one fate point.
Yeah.
And that'll bring
I will do that.
That'll bring up to what you all need. And you can I get empathy from you?
Can you? Oh, yes, you can.
Mm-hmm. And also, I would like a deceive from you, Oscar.
Mm-hmm.
With stunt?
Yeah. Should be in a good German, right?
That's good, yeah.
So he seems very sincere to you, this fellow, right? He doesn't seem sketchy at all, but clearly there's some kind of disconnect between what he's asking and what the drivers like. The drivers seem to like not be certain about what's going on there, and they're like, "Oh, Friedrich, this guy, he wants to know where everybody lives."
No, I am showing him shopping later.
Oh, well. So, and they seem kind of confused. Like they seem, because you're stepping in for him. They want to help, but they're not quite certain what what information they're supposed to give, because like you've vouched for him, so they want to be helpful, but they don't really. They're a little uncertain as what is the right answer, right? So they're kind of looking to you to try to figure out what information they're supposed to give to be helpful.
I suppose what I ask them is, what would be the most interesting shops near where they work?
And they go, oh, right. And they go, well, and then, so one goes like, oh, well, we're at, there's not, we're over in the Charlottenburg, and there's not a lot of shopping there, but, well, so some good, and like, one by one, you get a couple of people sort of saying, oh, well, by this place, and they're giving information that is not the information they think they're giving, right? So like, oh, well, there's a really nice, and Oscar may know some of these places, but not others, but you're all Berliner. And some of the places you may not know, you might need somebody who's like been here a little bit longer, but they give you these little shops. There's like a little, and it's oftentimes, to be honest, what it is, it's little cafes, oftentimes, where they're probably sitting, waiting to pick up.
Waiting to be called, right?
Waiting to be called. And so you get a little, like a smattering of these little cafes, some of which Oscar would know from when he was at, some of which Friedrich knows, some of which you don't necessarily know. You'd have to ask some other folks. But you get these little cafes and little small shopping bits that sort of point out some of the districts where clearly these dignitaries are staying, where they live. And there's some people like right in downtown, right in the middle. There's some that are actually in this area here, in the Wannsee area, in Charlottenburg. So that you kind of get a bit of a sense of where the dignitaries, where the high-ranking officials are staying, who are in Berlin, just from cafes where the drivers sit while they're waiting to be called. And bombs take out large areas, so it's not like you need to get the actual address. Just close enough is often good.
I need the cross streets.
And
I'm very sorry for severely reducing the volume of cafes in Berlin.
And I don't know how you feel about that, Friedrich, that sort of line of questioning from this fellow. But it is at that moment that the lights flicker as you can hear the strains of a piano playing in the background.
Trooper, if I could get 1 second, when the lights would flicker, and presumably not to God mode or anything, if Friedrich would begin to go back inside, Oscar would walk with him. Yes, thank you very much for your assistance back there. It helps me.
Well, clearly you haven't been back to the city in a while, and you ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, to make sure that I don't do anything wrong while I'm here. I have just a question for you. Would you ever tire of Berlin?
I love the city, but somewhere else would be nice.
You should see Paris. It's very nice.
I would like that.
We'll see what I can do.
You just watch his little mind explode.
And in that moment, I think I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. I think if I can get it, I have to do it this way. On the stage is Frida. And what are you wearing as this spotlight is upon you?
Oh, well, since she's not preparing anymore, it's performance time. She is wearing a full floor-length gown. Not, again, terribly ostentatious, because there are a lot of important people's wives here, and she needs to be fancy, but not so much so as to make anyone jealous other than her husband, but that is inevitable. You can't help inevitabilities. So she's got on a bit, she still has some of the pearls, but her jewelry, she's got on like the chandelier earrings now. Her hair is in an updo rather than the snood. She's definitely got the fur shawl and is the classy, not necessarily like high heels, but they've got, they're nice. Everything's just very tasteful. She's probably wearing a dark blue dress, like midnight blue, little bit of a shimmer, but not too crazy.
And your regular accompanist is there on the piano with you. I need to shut off one of these windows because I've got 2 tabs and I cannot have both tabs open at the same time. It is the worst. There, it makes my life very sad. Okay, and
Ich finde sie nimmer und nimmer mehr. Wo ich ihn nicht hab, ist mir das Grab. Die ganze Welt ist mir vergällt. Mein armer Kopf ist mir verrückt. Mein armer Sinn ist mir zerstückt. Meine Ruhe ist hin, mein Herz ist schwer. Ich finde sie nimmer und nimmer mehr. Nach ihm nur schau ich zum Fenster hinaus, nach ihm nur geh ich aus dem Haus. Sein hoher Gang, seine Edelgestalt, seines Mundes Lachen, seine Augen Gewalt und seine Rede Sauberfluss, sein Händedruck und auch sein Kuss. Meine Ruhe ist hin, mein Herz ist schwer. Ich finde sie nimmer und nimmer mehr. Mein Busen drängt sich nackt ihm hin, ach dürft ich fassen und halten ihn und küssen ihn, so wie ich wollt, und seinen Küssen vergehen sollt. O könnt ich ihn küssen, so wie ich wollt, und seinen Küssen vergehen sollt, und seinen Küssen vergehen sollt.
And give me a perform if you would.
Okie dokie.
Thank you. And I need to go over there.
Boop.
And you get your bonus for singing, right? Because you're specialized. And it's this good performance, and the song itself is a song of longing and desire. It's a song of wanting someone, this person who she thinks of all the time and who she imagines his face and his kiss, and she has no rest, and she has no her entire body is in vibrations thinking of this man who she does not have, and her husband is off in the corner watching this performance, being somewhat, he's wanting to make sure that everybody likes it, that all the important people like it, but he keeps thinking about how that is clearly about him. It is clearly he is the one who she is just thinking about the entire time. And he just feels like this triumph in this moment because he just had this conversation with a really, really important Nazi official, and it went well. His wife is beautiful and clearly wants him more than anything. He just committed a large amount of violence against someone who will not be able to eat food for a while, solid food, which makes him feel really good as well. And this is his party and everything is great. And he...
Nobody burst his bubble or break it to him.
And he is feeling good at the moment. And in feeling good, he sort of wanders a bit outside of the circle of oppression. So like his like circle of oppression that is always surrounding Frida loosens a bit because he sort of moves back and feels a bit more relaxed and secure. And she is clearly not being watched as closely by him in this moment as she's sort of stepping off the stage. He doesn't come up to her. Like, she steps off the stage and he doesn't immediately come up to where she is. He seems to sort of be out of the orbit a bit because he feels very secure at this moment.
Good. And I didn't add any bonuses to that. I just clicked straight through. So that's just...
Yeah. And then you got there's like a +2 on that one.
Okay.
And then the jazz band begins to sort of set itself up to get ready for its performance.
Oscar would help her off the stage then, if...
Oscar, how are you feeling right now about this woman?
About Frida? She is an anomaly on the field.
You're a professional, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, you're professional. You wouldn't do unprofessional things.
Well, you don't know me.
I'm imagining you're really professional. There's this weird thing though about your character sheet. You have this trouble aspect.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to hear more about this troubled aspect.
It's empathy above orders is what it is. And I would like to offer you a fate point.
Oh boy, I'll take it.
I feel
What
like,
is it, Trooper?
See, here's the
Oh
thing.
God.
Strategically, it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, but you saw the flecks of blood on his knuckles. You have met her before. I don't know if she remembers you, but you know who she is. She probably shouldn't be here, you know? I feel like your empathy above orders says, I feel like that might mean that Oscar might, despite the fact this is not the mission, might want to try to get her out of here before
Give
he
me that
leaves.
fate point.
All right.
Oh, dude, I was gonna say, like, Sylvie wants to get her out of here. Like, come on now.
But it's a
She has
fate
to
point,
stay.
which means
It's a fate point.
there might be a little bit of, drama around that business. But I feel like you might want a fate point for that one as you're walking.
Sure,
along.
sure.
Yeah. as
Whoa,
you're walking
trying
off the
to
stage.
get this lady away from her crazy husband could have drama. What?
I'm just saying that maybe there's a fate point in it for you. If I'm just saying. As you do.
Then he would, the same line that he had dropped earlier, as he is helping her off the stage, as he's helping the band up, he would, help her down so it doesn't look like he's singling her out. It's a wonderful performance. She would love to hear it in Paris, I'm sure.
Oh, danke schön. You also have so many more clothes on than I remember seeing you the last time.
And then Oscar is wondering, because he wasn't thinking of that time when he saw her. So he has to, that was when he'd be performing. He doesn't know now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'd love to hear more about Paris by the wine bar later. Do you have the moment?
Yeah. I'm working right now,
Of course.
right this very moment.
Break a leg?
I feel
Yep,
like that's
he
not a
would-
thing you say to Oscar. I mean, you can, but I mean, he does.
That's what you say in the theater.
Doesn't have to be his own leg. It's anybody's leg.
It doesn't just break a leg.
Break somebody's leg.
A
Hopefully
chair
that
leg,
husband's-
table leg. I mean, there's so many legs.
And as you sort of transition to the next performance, and as you're walking off, a number of Nazis walk up to you.
Oh,
Good.
and I of course mingle and am very pleasant.
And Goebbels is there, and he's like, he's a very big fan of.
If any autographs, if anyone wants any autographs, she signs them, and it is,
Sylvie, you're backstage, getting ready to go, and your man Lutz Templin is there, and he's prepping you for the performance. He is a little concerned because he's not certain if you are up on all of the rules. So when you go out there, you'll have to be a bit careful about what you do and how you sing. We are here, of course, for all of your skills and your talent, but
Well, spit it out. What am I supposed to do and not do? I don't have all night.
he looks a little surprised. So, first off, you can do some syncopation, but not too many. Too many syncopations become degenerate, so not that.
I'm sorry, what?
You can do some syncopations, but not too many. It's
I normally am not counting my syncopations.
yes.
It's not ladylike.
Oh, well, yes. And then this is a bit difficult. I don't quite know how you'll get around this one. Maybe it's okay. Normally the mutes are not allowed because they degenerate, but I think you'll have to do the mutes to sort of show the effects that we're going to get. So do some mutes, but maybe try to hold back. Don't do them for every number on the trumpets, too many mutes. Also, you can do some blue notes, but not too many blue notes. Just hold them back a little bit.
Well, what about my feathered fans that I'm going to hold up and get naked behind? What about those?
No, don't get naked behind the fans.
Oh, that's out. No,
yes.
no nudity.
No,
You don't
no,
want any nudity.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
Yes, no, is it? I mean, Goebbels doesn't like nudity. He's very.
Oh, so he keeps clothed in the shower. I understand.
Well,
Yes.
I don't. So, also, I would say, with the numbers you're doing tonight, try to make only 20% of them foxtrots. Don't do too much with the swinging. I think here for this tonight, you could probably go up to 30 or 40% very jazz.
At this point, she's clearly not paying attention. She's not looking at him. She's not listening. She's like looking over there. She's looking here.
Try to avoid too gloomy of the lyrics. Anything that's too blues is maybe try a bit more upbeat.
Bloomy, yes, less floral.
Yes, more
You don't want
upbeat, less
floral.
gloomy.
I understand.
Um,
Yes.
Also,
Germans don't like flowers. It's a very, very drafty place, wintaural.
try not to be too slow with the numbers. This sort of Negro slow blues thing is too slow. So
Let me
don't.
ask you something.
Yes.
Do you know where jazz comes from? I'm just curious.
Well, we'll try to make that less obvious.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad because for a moment I thought you were just blatantly disregarding the origin.
No,
Continue, please.
but that is a bit of a point of contention because Goebbels and they don't like the sort of Negro Jewish jazz thing.
Oh, they don't.
No,
I
so-
would never have guessed. I, for one, am shocked. I'm glad I was sitting down for that. I might have passed out, and then you would have to sing in my place,
No,
and they
no.
would probably just throw you out into the river or whatever that is out there.
Yes, but so just don't be too slow with the blues, not too fast either. Nice
Oh,
middle.
yeah, so not too slow, not too fast.
Yes. Like a nice march tempo is good. That's good.
Oh, a march, of course.
Yes.
You people like marching.
Also, only about if you can make the syncopation like 10% of the song, not more. Then 10%.
10% marching. Got it.
No,
10% marching, no, floor,
no,
no nudity, no feathers, no boas. Got it.
10% syncopation only. That's all.
10% syncopated counting.
Also, yes,
with
now you're not supposed
blah,
to
blah,
have
blah. No person of color.
No,
origin stories. No epics. No odes.
Right.
You don't want the hero's tale.
Right. Also, the drum breaks should not be too long. About a half a bar only. If too many drum breaks is too much. So none of that.
Well, marching consists of a lot of drum breaks. I mean, I hate to break this, but I don't want to be the one to say this because it seems like you seem on edge. Have you had a drink lately? You seem like you're about to pass out.
No, also, I'm just trying to prepare you because this is really important. Also, this is difficult. When you come and teach us all the jazz tomorrow, you can do all of those things, yes? When you do teach all the jazz us tomorrow, that's fine. But
well, it seems like you're really in the position of teaching right now. I don't know what I could possibly teach you at this rate.
So, also, you're not allowed to do scat? None of that? No vocal things like that? Don't do that tonight.
So no shitting on the stage, got it.
No. The voice scat, the scatting thing, the boo doo 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 woo. None of that.
I certainly have never done anything like what you just did before me just now.
Good. Also with the upright bass, tomorrow when you teach us, that's fine to do the plucking, but it's for Goebbels, make sure you use the bow. Don't use the plucking. That's
we don't have a bow.
Okay. Well, that's difficult.
You do know that he's seen us play before without these rules.
Well, Goering is not here, but this is Goebbels who's here, and Goebbels has less of...
Oh, Goering, Gerbils, yes.
They're different. Well, good luck. Just don't be too, just keep it... Those are the rules. Those are the rules that have been posted for all of us. So just for tonight, just...
Luckily, I'm not you.
No.
I appreciate the heads up.
And he just looks a little distressed as Sylvie goes out onto the stage, hoping that she won't do anything too bluesy or too slow, too fast, too...
And as she kind of goes out, she's going to pop her head back and be like, you should get a drink or do some coke or something. You just look awful. You look like you're about to have a heart attack back here.
Just make it okay.
I can't hear you anymore. I'm leaving.
Oh.
Goes around.
And Sylvie goes out onto the stage in front of all of these sort of Nazi officials, and there is our dear Goebbels there with his wife and his many, many children, wanting to see what band it is that has been recommended that he might be spending some money on. We will see, sort of skeptical, and everybody's sort of ready to see what this expert on American jazz is like.
Just as a meta question real quick, because I'm real curious. How many children?
Like 5, 7, I think. It was like Goebbels had a lot of children.
Oh, okay.
A lot of children that they all murdered at the end of the war.
Oh, okay. Well, that's festive.
Freda's looking forward to y'all's performance.
That's festive. That's very festive. So she's gonna get up there, and the band's all tuning up and stuff, and then
and you can see Lutz Templin, who clearly wants all that jazz tomorrow, but not tonight. Just sort of like, just a little tense.
This poor man is going to die before this night is over.
Well, you're not going to do anything bad, so it'll be fine.
And so she's going to kind of gaze around, and she's actually, for this song, because she's feeling in a way, she's going to find Frida, and she's going to kind of lock eyes with her for this one.
Ooh.
So that is what she is going to do. Is the band ready?
The band is ready.
All right. Well, here we go.
And they start.
I hate to see that evening sun go down. I hate to see that evening sun go down, 'cause my baby, she done left this town. If I feel tomorrow like I feel today, feeling tomorrow like I feel today, I'll pack my trunk and make my getaway. St. Louis woman with her diamond rings, she'll pull that girl around by her apron strings. For one for powder and store-bought hair, that girl that she loved wouldn't go nowhere.
And now people are very distressed because
Now she's gonna look right at the guy who's stressed out.
there's this is way too much jazz right now in front of Goebbels. They don't like it.
Taking a cue from chat, Oscar would throw out a wolf whistle. Just just
St. Louis woman with her diamond rings, pull that girl around by her apron string. If it weren't for powder and store-bought hair, she would have gone nowhere.
There are some cheers, and there are some stresses. There were clearly some blue notes. There's it's a very there are people. Can you give me your role, please?
A blue note?
What? Give me your
In
performance.
a song called St. Louis Blue?
It seems like
Oh, no.
Yes. Give it to me, please.
Perform, you say?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and use a stunt on that.
Please do.
Let's see. Actually, wait, no. I'm actually going to use... Man, that is so bad. That's a really good thing for me.
Yeah, that's your
I am going to
best
use...
skill.
Do what?
That was like that's one of your best skills.
I know it is.
That's a terrible role.
That was an awful roll.
Mhm.
I would like to... I'm out of my own fate points. How would y'all feel? This is pretty... We kind of need this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Since I should I try and reroll since I have pretty good...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just you're right on one of those. Let's try to do it again.
Why don't you give you?
Come on. Okay, well that's one better.
Yeah.
And I used for that fans in high and low places.
So that's a 3, right there, because you have your bonus, your specialization.
That's a I believe one time I got help from my hype man. Anybody?
does my whistle work?
You have performance. Yeah, that'll get you a 4, right?
Yeah, you have performance.
Yeah, that'll give you a 4.
Hype it up.
And
Oh, I got hella performance.
Yeah.
The people, they who knows what they may be thinking. I did every aside from scatting, I did everything they did not want me to do. Well, this little
you
hungry
did.
man.
You did everything that you were not allowed to do. All of
That
it.
is correct.
By the way, all those rules were real rules. By the way, they were real Nazi era rules about what you could do with your bands.
I would like to think that Oscar is filtering through the crowd, like just whispering, just in the ears as he goes by, so no one can really know it's him. Just be like, I don't know how I feel, but I feel something. You know.
Um,
Oh, is it hot in
Yeah,
here?
some sort of
Friedrich. Actually, I think it would be Frida who would hear this because Frida's mingling.
She is mingling. She is being the picture perfect hostess and performer. Because the band and her have been killing it tonight with fours.
Actually,
So
I'm gonna ask all three of you who are not Sylvie, who are you by in this party? There are a bunch of people here. I want to know which people are you standing near? You've got musicians. You've got like the jazz people. You've got Goebbels and them. You've got hubby. You've got
wouldn't it be Goebbels and Gang?
Goebbels and Gang, which is like an ice cream shop. I think maybe like
If it is, it's gonna get bombed.
it's gonna get bombed.
That poor cafe.
Yeah, there are a bunch of different kind of places, people you can overhear to sort of get their sense of this
Well,
performance.
I'm with because I had the performance before this, so I'm probably still in the vicinity of my adoring fans. So probably not far from Goebbels,
Yes, that is fair.
because he's a big fan apparently. So
Yes, he is. Friedrich, where are you stationed during this performance?
He's feeling a little less misanthropic, so probably sat near the front, probably in the opposite corner to wherever the hell Goebbels and Gang are.
That is fair. That is fair. Oscar, what about you?
I don't think he cares much where he is.
Oscar would be making sure that in the crowd there isn't anybody that he recognizes that could recognize him. I mean, so he would want to make sure that, you know, he's keeping his cover while at the same time making sure that Frida was an anomaly that's on the field now. He doesn't like that per se. So he needs to make sure that more chaos isn't introduced here that could potentially be a problem for Sylvie and the
Oscar knows who he's with, though, right? As far as chaos being introduced, I'm just.
Oh, he's aware of your chaos. He just more
and Trooper
chaos.
invited me. So.
Yeah, this was a bad idea from the beginning, but that's all right. I mean, we're here to do it. So.
Which also, out of curiosity, did Frida notice that Sylvie was singing the song like at her?
The sexy
I'm pretty
song.
sure.
The sexy song.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. She's paying it because it's a performance. She's not going to miss it. It's a performance that she hasn't seen in a long time. She is paying attention.
Because
Well, and I think from Sylvie's standpoint too, like she did not like the vibe that this husband was giving off, and a lot of the song too is like
she doesn't either. You're not alone.
And as far as Oscar's thing too, a lot of the song as per this is also like
There's just some cheeky songs being sung tonight.
leaving this place with somebody else. Not necessarily anything particularly, but just like, hey, how would you like to go away somewhere else?
And so I suppose I'll go around, and we're gonna end with what Goebbels is talking about, but we'll start with what some of the jazz folks are talking about. And Friedrich, you're sort of standing around and you're hearing some of these musicians, like they're not the really big important ones. They're just sort of like hanging out the sides. They were blown away. They were so excited. They thought that was great. They are not big on the big politics, so they weren't really paying attention to all of that. But you do hear them sort of chatting a bit, right? And they're like, well, this will be really good for the propaganda. I think if we can get this sort of music in, we can... I know that Templin has some good ideas, and Charlie too. Do you think that the Americans will buy it? And they're like, oh yeah. We'll just get all the arrangements with all the music, and then when we make the propaganda, we will demoralize them, and they won't even. It'd be good. And someone's like, yeah, that idea. Let's go bombing. That's a good one. And then you start hearing them sort of talking about what they're planning on doing, it seemed to be sort of creating a big band jazz band, which is going to be basically psyops to sort of demoralize the British and the Americans, right? Because they like jazz. So we'll just make Nazi jazz that will make them not want to fight.
So I want to lean into them and say,
Oh, they kind of didn't notice you there.
that was a wonderful performance, but I overheard, and you might want to make sure that nods to Goebbels over there does not overhear you saying such excited things about this.
Oh, no, it's okay. We are going to convince Goebbels well, I won't, but Lutz will, that Charlie will, that this is a good idea. And then
Does he look very convinced?
looking
I
over,
don't think someone enthusing about this thing is going to really capture his imagination.
oh yeah, but it'll
So
be,
best to save your own neck.
but it'll be swing for the Führer. It'll be, and then we can play jazz.
Swings for the Fuhrer is a terrible name.
Oh, well, we'll call it a different name. We'll give different band name. And you can tell that they were really excited about being able to play jazz. They didn't really care if it was going to be, propaganda or not. They just wanted to play, and they feel a little demoralized about that one, though, And they're like, well, but I'm sure it'll work. And they drink alcohol. They're a little sad about this. Like, you made them sad.
Feels bad about, ripping the joy out of jazz for someone. Feels good about watching a propaganda band just utterly implode.
and these guys are like, well, Charlie will take care of it. As they sort of like start backing down. Can I get from you, Oscar, awareness or stealth? One or the other. Both is fine as well.
Do a stealth.
Mm-hmm.
That's average.
Nice. That's great. I will just roll somebody. This is for your stealth. Yeah, I'll roll somebody's awareness. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How are you feeling?
Saucy.
Great.
How are you?
I'm great. Do you want to let that stand? My 2 awareness to your 1 stealth? I'm just curious.
Sure.
Cool.
I'm definitely not giving you the
I'm
fate
just-
point that I
just
am going to
asking.
probably die for
Just
later.
want-
so.
Just want to know. All right. Cool. Would you make an awareness check?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Great. I love this. This is the best thing ever. Lindy.
Germany's ass, not Germany's eyes. Apparently tonight.
Come on, can't Germany's ass see with his? Wait,
No,
I take
different.
it back.
Nope. Nope. Frida, as you're sort of there near Goebbels, you can tell that Goebbels is not happy with what happened. And Charlie, the singer, is there trying to like pacify the situation a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But you can hear him say, I want those people arrested. I will not have this kind of music. This is shameful. And Charlie realizes that maybe as the jazz singer of that band, he should maybe step away and like maybe back off a little bit because... And he's like looking to Templin. Templin comes in and Templin's like, oh, no. It's look, this is just for propaganda purposes. This is what the Americans like. And this is really not a big deal at all. And you hear Goebbels say, and you're the only one who does, he says, all right, take them to the factory tomorrow to teach you whatever degenerate things they're going to teach you, but they will not leave Berlin. Once you get what you need from them, well, we'll take care of it. And Goebbels leaves. He's not going to be here any longer. He sort of notes
I go to
his
the
wife
wine bar.
and like walks out. He's like, not going to have them here any longer.
That's her cue to go to the wine bar.
And you can
Because
see...
also, if she was hanging out with Goebbels for that performance, and after her performance, her husband's gonna be like, yeah. You hang.
Yeah. And
He's gonna give her some space.
Yep.
So, yep.
But you do notice your husband chat with him a little bit before
Yeah.
Goebbels storms out, and like your husband nods as if like sort of taking orders from Goebbels of some sort. Yeah.
Go to the wine bar. Her glass is it needs refilling, and maybe someone will meet her by the wine bar and she can tell them some things.
Hello, crew at the wine bar. Well, first off, we know Friedrich's at the wine bar, and we also know Sylvie. Sylvie's also at the wine bar. Those are all true things. I don't know where Oscar is. I don't know if he's at the wine bar or not.
I can
I
be.
think Sylvie's going to probably try and talk to this Friedrich. This Friedrich, if that's who he really.
And
If this is your real name.
Well, no, we were introduced to him
Yeah.
with also his full name, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
she,
yeah.
she does remember that this is the guy. So she'll sidle on up, get a refill. Dr. Friedrich.
Guten Abend, Fräulein.
So, I see that you and the gentleman of the house, very close, I can tell.
I know him. I've spent a significant amount of time with him.
Yeah, so are you normally here being berated like that all of the time?
Yes,
That sounds awful.
it is what it is.
Is that your normal pursuit, or do you do other things than get insulted by this charming individual?
I am an engineer by trade.
Interesting. What sorts of engineers do you engineer?
I normally arrange the security and various construction elements of important buildings.
Interesting. Important buildings. Any fun ones to see, such as when we go shopping? Anything where we can see your work? I would love
Not
to
in the
see.
town. I think this is not a conversation for here.
Oh, well,
Um,
it's certainly one I would be interested in having at some point. Do you need a refill? Bartender, please give this man more of whatever it is he's having.
Oh, that certainly happens. Can I? Where's everybody looking right now? Where are you paying attention? Where do you? There's a large place. What are you paying attention to?
She has her back to the bar, and she's just going to be kind of surveying everything. So she's talking to him, but she's not looking at him. She's kind of just looking around.
Frida is arriving here at this moment. Oscar? Awareness?
Oh no.
Superb.
Ooh.
Great. Ask me 2 questions.
Um,
Or ask me one and I'll give you one. It's up to you.
is there anybody in the party that Oscar recognizes?
Okay, that's one question. Would you like a second, or
And-
would you like me to give you one?
Why don't you
I'll give you an answer if you like for something else. Because if that 5 is a 2, you get 2 questions. I can just give you one.
There's no way that Oscar could have heard the
Don't
murder
worry.
order.
I'll
Okay.
relay that information. That's because she was supposed to be by the wine bar later.
Yep.
So she's A, getting wine because she needs it, and
Yep.
then B, be like, maybe I can just pass that along while we're refilling.
Okay, yeah, he'd be on his way over there then. Anybody he recognizes, and then you can give me one.
The one
my
I'll
friend.
give you is there are people taking all the sheet music, collecting the sheet music from the stage. All the sheet music that they had, it's all being collected by some soldiers, collecting some. All that sheet music just being collected up.
He would tell all of the musicians not to say anything to them.
Because they were like,
Do not confront them.
they were going to, but the drummer was. But and you are, as you're noticing that, you see a man in the corner who has been watching you. It looks like for some time. In an SS uniform, just watching you with a little smile of triumph, like he knows something. And when he sees you look at him, he smiles a little bit broader, as if he knows something and now you know that he knows something. And this is a good friend of yours. I mean, I feel like you're really good friends. That's true, right? Like, you went through Gestapo training together. And you have competed for things, and you have the job that he would like to have. And he knows you quite well as Gestapo, and finds it super interesting that you are here as a stagehand, clearly. And he's this man, Elias Yaga, is standing there next to the head of the entire security apparatus, who's not really paying attention, is having a conversation with somebody else. But he's looking at you like the cat that caught the canary. As Frida arrives at the wine bar.
Sylvie's immediately going to engage with her. My dear, you have such a lovely voice. What a treat it was to hear you sing.
Dankeschön. I've been doing opera for quite some time. Your performance was also quite stunning.
Oh, why, thank you so much. I'm not sure.
A rare treat here in Berlin.
Thank you. I'm not sure it was too. She kind of looks over at the guy who gave her all the rules. Everyone's liking, but well,
most things are not. So,
indeed. I see that there's no one affixed to your elbow this evening.
Not at the moment, which is, it's a rarity. A rarity indeed. More wine? And just hands her glass over to the bartender to make him go, oh, no, it's the red vintage over there. Make him walk down. Oh, yes,
Right
more
away.
wine? Thank you.
Right away.
Thank you. And
And Sylvia kind of lower her voice. A treat, I would imagine.
indeed, I have some unfortunate news for you, though. It seems that Goebbels was not a fan of the performance, and I recommend teaching the musicians here very slowly, if you can. I don't think they intend for you to leave Germany and have left that unfortunate task to mine husband.
Ah,
Mm,
well, he, being the soft-hearted person that he clearly is,
yes, obviously.
Hmm.
So yes, we definitely need to spend a good while shopping tomorrow.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
So many things to see in this beautiful.
So many. It's a beautiful city, Berlin. Yes.
Oscar is here with this conversation, correct?
Not yet. You're on your
Okay.
way there, but right before you get there, as you're swooping in to get into this conversation, right when you're about ready to get there, somebody steps in front of you. Somebody you have not seen in a very long time.
Thank you.
Not that man, but a woman. Beautiful, long black hair, gorgeous, like a bombshell. Absolutely stunning, absolutely stunning. And she smiles at you, and she just puts her arm in yours, and you know this woman. She was a musician in college, very popular, sort of bohemian, but not really. Nicolette Fuchs was her name. And as a matter of fact, you remember her being, I think the word might be gal pals with Regina. And you also remember that she took a hard right turn and was like very influential in like the student unions that burned all those books in a big old Nazi bonfire. Good friend of Regina's, very good friend of Regina's. And she just links her arms up with you. She goes, and she was all in that scene. She was in that entire sort of like bohemian art scene. And then she was a big old Nazi. She just links her arm up in yours and she goes, well, Oscar, I'm so surprised to see you here. Hello.
Hello. Staying warm?
Well, warmer now with you in my arms. So, I've been doing some digging. You're here with a jazz singer named Sylvie Moreau, who has a club called Bricktops in Paris. What are you doing there?
Listening to jazz.
I thought you'd be doing good work for our Führer. Were you...
Can't one do both?
One could. What were you doing with making those eyes at my husband just then?
You're shitting me.
No, I'm not. And she just like looks over at Jaeger and smiles at him, and she gives him a little wave, and she turns back to you. So,
I have more sympathy for you now. I have seen him in the shower.
oh, so have I. But I have some other questions for you. You know our dear friend Regina? Do you know where she is?
This is your old friend?
Yes. Do you know where she is?
Do you?
I have heard rumors, which I don't think can be true.
You have been doing a lot of digging, and he indicates her dress. You're not even dressed for it.
Well, I'm always dressed for something. I would love to see Regina and her husband. I'm sure you've heard about him.
She married? They're married now?
She just smiles at you and she gives you a kiss on the cheek. Well, I will see you later, I think. Oh, are you sure you don't know where exactly I could find her? I mean, I miss her terribly. I'm sure you understand, considering who I'm married to right now.
Seems like it is your choice, but I'm afraid that as many times as you ask is as many times as I will simply tell you. Keep track of your own friends.
Oh, well, then I suppose I shouldn't tell you what I know if you don't have anything to tell me. Information you might really want to know really soon. But if you're not interested.
I wish I could help you. Reciprocation seems to be your trade, and I don't have the currency.
Oh, I think you do.
You are a thinker and a digger.
Hmm.
Elias is so lucky.
He is lucky, isn't he? So, I'm going to tell you this. If you tell me what I want to know, I will tell you something that might keep you alive a little while longer.
Life is overrated.
What about your friends' lives?
Who are my friends?
Well, I've seen the train manifest. Elias, is quite well connected, so I know everyone who came on the train with you. And they're all staying here. I miss Regina, and I want to see her again.
Let's say that Regina was here. What would you say to her?
Well, that's somewhat private, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it is.
Well, then it must be.
So, will you tell me exactly where she's staying? In Paris? I mean, I could just come by your club.
You're welcome. We should be reopening soon. There'll be a lot of people that you like there, and you won't have to do any digging. Drinking, yes. Digging, no.
So, I can then talk to her? She'll talk to me if I go there?
The club is open to anyone.
Well, I will take that as confirmation that she is indeed in Paris. Thank you. And for
You're
that,
welcome.
I will tell you they're locking the doors.
That'll be interesting.
You might want to know that because I personally would like you alive, because I think you might make it a little bit easier to get her to talk to me after all these years.
Perhaps you overestimate me.
She always liked you.
I never said that she didn't have good taste.
Look, I think she's mad at me, and I think that's a little unfair, and I miss her, and I want to talk to her. So, I'll just let you know. They're locking the doors. You may not want to be here tomorrow.
Everyone will be so disappointed. No shopping.
No shopping. Well, that's all I can say. I can't get too involved, but, will you, and she just leans in really close to give you a kiss.
He leans in right up to her, lips to lips. Yes.
Give Regina my love.
Tell Elias it's okay. He's still wearing the uniform. Don't worry. Someday he'll grow up and be big boy.
Oh, he won't like that at all.
But you like it, don't you?
I do. Do you... And she just puts her hands on your abs.
And he kisses her and bites her bottom lip.
Elias is over there and he is not happy. Can I get a provoke from you?
You sure can.
Please. I'm also getting a provoke from her as well, but not directed at you. Directed at her husband.
It's poor because I don't have anything in provoke.
Oh, that's okay, but it's great for her. And she kisses you back real hard in the middle of the party.
Sure.
And she just runs her hands up the back of your neck into your hair. And then
he reaches down.
And then she just looks at her husband and she smiles at him. And she says,
And for the first time,
Mhm.
Oscar looks over at Elias and he smiles.
And she
Don't
says,
smile at me ever from across the room, Elias.
oh,
This
you
is how you do it.
And she just looks at him, her husband, who's not happy. And she says, I imagine you'll get out of here. You've always been very resourceful. It's too bad Regina won't hear. She always loved that sort of a thing. Well, I'd better go. Don't stay here tonight. And she walks off with like a little English, a little performance right there. And she just walks by you all. And she just smiles at you all.
Did we catch that?
You did not hear what they were talking about, but there was like
Sylvie was facing away from the bar, so she probably just stopped talking and was just like.
So if Sylvie was facing, yeah.
Like she would have, the conversation would have stopped, and she would have just like dragon eyes.
Freda probably been like, does this compromise my party? Do I need to do damage control? Is there something? Please don't let my husband come over here.
I'm going to tell you what. That was a big, obvious kiss in front of her husband. Like, not in the middle of the floor, but close.
The thing is, too, everyone saw her lean in.
Yes. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
Yeah. So that
German
happened
officers
right there. There was like that's like a Gestapo wife. It's like a Mob Wives, Jersey Shore, whatever. Real Housewives. It's like Real Gestapo Wives of Berlin. That just happened, and
Does Oscar come to the bar after that, or does he need to go hose off? Like what? No, I mean not from the kiss or anything, but just from how like well played that was, like from himself.
Yeah, Oscar would come over and he would just say, "Where's the professor? We need to."
it's right there drinking.
Then he would say,
literally
right.
"Zero, you're right there."
down.
Okay, I didn't know. I
wearing
missed our
tweed.
places.
He's wearing tweed. It's
I didn't see you there.
It's like camouflage. Tweed is
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you know,
Camouflage,
I know
social
I'm good at-
camouflage. It's
I
fine.
know. I'm
Well,
good
no,
at
he
this.
can't walk over and Sylvie's not going to say something about that. Are you kidding me?
Freda's eyebrows are just halfway up to her scalp, and she's just.
Oh, by the way, that woman, when she walks by, Sylvie, she looks at you because she knows your itinerary. She just gives you a wink as she just walks by. You might give her dragon eyes, but she gives you a wink. A little sexy wink.
Well, when she comes over, Sylvie's just going to assess her. Like Sylvie was more like very keyed in on this interaction, but whenever she walks by, Sylvie's going to kind of look her up and down and
Empathy?
see. Yeah,
To
sure.
assess? That'd be an empathy question.
Yeah, let's find it. No, she's more just kind of giving her the once over. Probably more for her than.
Oh,
it is
yeah.
for-
But I get to ask you a question.
Okay.
Damn.
Wait, Sylvie has nothing to hide. Sylvie is an open book.
This is the question that she wants to know. Here's the question that she asks.
What would you like to know?
She wants to know what your feelings are for Regina.
Sylvie has a lot of complicated feelings for everyone.
That's what she wants to know. She wants to know. Do you know Regina? How close are you two? That's what she wants to know.
And Sylvie would say,
Nope. She's not asked out loud. This is her.
"Oh no,
assessing
but
you.
but Sylvie would respond it not out
Yeah,
loud,
yeah.
but like Sylvie's response in the silent
Yeah.
would be that yes, she does in fact know Regina, and they are very close, very very close, so incredibly close. No two people on this planet could be closer. The closest.
Interesting. She just notes that. She just notes. She notes that as she's walking by to her
Yeah,
husband.
she better note it. She better note it. She better note it and keep
she
it
does.
and keep it very close to her face.
Oh, she notes it. She knows.
Another refill?
So Sylvie gonna be taking her earrings off here in a second, so she better just watch her little.
Oh, she's leaving. She doesn't want to be here for what's going to happen next. Oscar's there.
He would,
Oscar,
yeah.
friend, foe.
Neither. Inconsequential.
Are all German officers this bad
Make
at
note of
choosing their
that.
partners?
Yeah. He would look, and are they like by themselves enough where they can like kind of lean in?
Yeah, because
I also
Okay.
just sent the bartender to fetch me
Yeah.
a new glass of wine because
Yeah.
she needs it after that.
yep. And
Oh, maybe Sylvie
and
does too. I
people
don't-
are
there's
people are
a
kind
lot
of busy right now. There's a lot of stuff happening at the moment. Just a little work.
Oscar, I heard there's we may want to make ourselves scarce fairly soon.
It's I just received words that our transportation has been changed to this evening.
I'm sorry, what now? This evening.
Yeah, we should be leaving this evening.
Well, I hate to overstay my welcome, even though this has been such a lovely party. She says this to Frida.
No, it is understandable based on this situation.
And Oscar now has not heard that Frida said that they plan to kill them anyway, right?
Right. Oscar, what did your inconsequential non-friend tell you?
And he's not going to be that disgusting, but he's just going to say it tasted like treachery.
I don't know. She seems.
I've
perfectly
tasted that
nice.
before, but that still
Yeah.
doesn't really answer my question.
She said he, as close as he can get to just Sylvie,
Mhm.
he says, she has told me that they are locking the doors and that our time here in Berlin is over.
Oh, I heard that they were going to be not allowing us back after tomorrow, but it seems the timeline has been sped up.
I wouldn't believe this woman any further than you would a politician, but she needs me to deliver a message and she needs my help. So I believe that our escape is
Imminent.
an aid to her.
Who does she want a message delivered to?
Can you guess?
All the tumblers start to click into place. You're not telling me, Oscar.
It's
Tango.
I'm seldom surprised. I am surprised.
My God. She kind of just like looks after her. Do we need to kill her?
Dr. Mendler, a refill?
Yeah, bitte.
This is where things gonna get nasty because we need to leave here, but also needs to look like we never left here.
Right. Frida, why don't you show all of us around your beautiful home? We haven't had time for the proper tour. This is a beautiful home
did
that
get
clearly
sidetracked with the preparations for tonight.
Yes.
I could give a tour.
And since we are going to be staying here tonight, and
Yes,
for the
and we are going
duration-
shopping tomorrow.
Yes, why don't you give us
Yeah.
a tour, Oscar? And Doctor, why don't we have a tour? That seems delightful.
It is so pretty by moonlight. I can give you the art history, and
I
Dr.
love
Mendel
history.
can give you the architectural history.
He would tell the band to go to their beds when they as soon as they get it. We need to get them out of there too.
Yeah.
The band has no idea what's going on, and they're like, oh well, but they were like, they're having hors d'oeuvres and drinking champagne right now, and they're like, oh.
Slowly, then, all of you, just one at
You
a
can
time.
take some plates up to your room.
Tell them as you have train lag.
And they look to Sylvie.
Well, listen to the man. He's our manager while we're here.
And they sort of head off, taking a couple of like shrimp, a little. By the way,
And-
I just want to point out that there's a lot of great food here, and over in Paris, you got nothing.
We have a lot of lobster.
Yes, there's
it's
all
very
this
tasty,
really
fresh.
delicious lobster.
The fresh lobster is very good. Yes, just
She's probably gonna go to the band leader, who is gonna be we're gonna have a lady band leader, and she'll go to the band leader and just kind of walk and be like, make sure everyone gets a plate and take them to their rooms. We are going to be us taking a tour of the house, and then we are going to be making some movement tonight. Things have taken a little bit of a sour turn. Make sure you watch after everyone.
Okay. And
But look lively. People are watching.
and they're gonna get their instruments and they're gonna put their instruments away in their rooms, and like she like mother hens the rest of that group up there. Yeah, by the way, Sylvie gets a fate point for that self-compel that you did, that was the singing all of the jazz they did not want. There's a fate point for you. There you go. That's for your self-compel.
Hey! I need that.
Yeah. And there you are. I suppose you're going to take a tour of the house?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go? What do you do?
Oh, it's a big place.
It is a big place. It's a huge place.
There's some nice, very architecturally beautiful quiet spots. But also that you can take the path to interweave through the party, so that way every 10 minutes or so you're always within eyesight.
What are you gonna do?
At one point, while they're walking and having a nice time, Sylvie's kind of lean over to Oscar. We need to get them out of here.
Yeah.
And ourselves, obviously, but
Mendel, roll me your architecture.
Yes. Is that under?
We have this cannon behind this hidden wall. All this dynamite just laying around.
He goes,
He's just stacks of dynamite.
And this is the brick you remove if you want the place to fall down.
Okay, so
look at this secret passage I built.
So that's a 6. So you succeed with style. You're taking that little tour. You know what's really interesting? I don't know how interesting you find this. All of your security measures have been activated. They are trapping you in this building. They are moving people out, and they are making it so that you are stuck here.
Don't like it.
You're gonna get a little boost for that one. Yep. But you know what is being. You know the protocols, and you realize that they are setting them up.
So while we were at a quieter point in our walk, Mendel just says, I made this place quite well. It will be extremely difficult to escape if we wait too long.
Well,
and the last person who promised me an escape died. Krauser was a kind man, but he's dead now.
I fear we are going to have to die as well. Does this place have a boiler?
It has several. It's very large.
I'm sure you
where
have.
they are.
Can you make them explode?
Given time.
We'll probably don't have too much time.
You know how much time you have.
Then I can do it. Although, I need you to promise me that you will get me and Frida out of here. I didn't get to where I am by sticking my neck out for people.
Yeah.
Well, you're in luck that someone we both hold very dear wants you out of here for some reason. And
just and before if he's close enough to Sylvie, he's going to just kind of like lace his fingers over top of her hand and just squeeze a little bit. We all want to see your genius safe away from Berlin. We have friends everywhere.
Well,
no, I do not. The only friend I had was a chemist who died in Paris. So I don't put much faith in you. But I also don't want to die, so let's get to it.
And it's at that moment that Oscar likes this man. And
And Sylvie says to Frida, and you have a beautiful voice, and I just like you. You shouldn't be.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. She's like, I think this is, she was not expecting this twist tonight, but she doesn't seem mad about it at all.
and Sylvie's gonna be like, how do you feel about Paris?
I
Paris
feel
is
wonderful. Anywhere
space.
outside of my husband's reach.
wonderful. I can't imagine him being seen among the degenerates where we would be going.
It's been so constricting for so long.
we need to get the band. We need to blow up this place, and we need to get from here to there.
Well, that seems doable enough. Let's go.
We can get out and blow it up, but this is Berlin.
Give me a few moments. I have a few ideas for how to travel without getting,
Once
enjoy
we get
the hors
in,
d'oeuvres.
once we get into France, I can help there, but from here to there, that is.
And she goes, and I'm sure there's stationery here because she was the
yes.
hostess. I'm sure she had to
Yes.
send out lovely invitations. I'm sure there's also thank you for attending notes because
Yes.
those were
Yes.
very in the day.
Yes. Yes.
And I go to my husband.
Oh.
I find him because, he loves that.
He
loves
does
when
love
I
that.
approach him.
He does, because it makes him feel like, he won. And before you say
Darling.
anything, wait.
Yes.
This is
yes.
going to have to
Oh, no.
happen in a round, a bit of a round.
Oh.
Yeah. Our friend Mendel's going to go to the boiler room.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I need you to
Yes.
start rolling for me mechanics.
Yes. Is there any advantage I can take beforehand by using my design the security?
Oh, you can
Perfect.
use that afterwards.
Okay.
You need a total of 8 over time. So you can build these up.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 3 is good.
That's a 3.
Good, yeah.
You've got a base difficulty of 3, so you're at a 0. But you currently have 2 free invokes that you can use right now. From designing the security and knowing the protocol, you could just use those to give yourself +4.
I would say a +4 at this point is very helpful.
Are you going to be doing this alone, or will you have somebody watching over you?
He doesn't ask for it, but he just kind of goes and does it. But if someone follows him, then he will appreciate the help.
Yeah, Oscar would go because Oscar would be the least missed, I think,
Mhm.
if looked for.
Mm-hmm.
And he could also be of potentially the greatest defensive assistance to
Mm-hmm.
the doctor. So yeah, he will absolutely go. And if I can add in my earlier espionage to kind
Yes.
of help them, he'd throw that into the pot as well to try to cook here a little bit.
You might need that for right about almost now. You were saying, by the way, that was there's some working on the boiler happening downstairs, and you approach your husband,
I do.
and he's chatting with what's weird is that almost all the high officials are gone at this point in time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so he's just talking with somebody that sort of vaguely as one of the security members, one of the sort of security detail, and they're sort of chatting. He goes,
Darling, if I
Darling.
could borrow you for a moment.
and he just smiles. There's this perhaps a slight disappointment that none of the important people are there right now
Mm-hmm.
to see this happen. But he just sort of gives a nod to the security officer, that's right, my wife wants to talk to me, who's a famous opera singer. I am therefore important. And he sort of steps aside with you. Darling.
Yes, I was writing these thank you notes, getting a head start, 'cause the sooner we send them out, the better. And I thought that Mr. Goebbels, Herr Goebbels, his would require a bit of a personal touch. He was quite happy with my performance earlier, and so I give him an autograph. But I was thinking that the thank you note should include your signature as well.
Oh, of course. Give me a deceive.
I would love to.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I would love to have a colonel's signature in my back pocket for any and all documents we might need to get out of this country.
I feel like he just wants to make sure you're not lying to him, that you really do love him so desperately.
I really love him so desperately.
'Cause I feel
Oh,
like
no,
you
that's
do.
really good.
Mhm.
Let's see. Can I use my subtle social manipulator?
That's is that
With this.
your stunt? Yes.
It's not my stunt. My
Oh,
stunt
yeah.
is
Oh, yeah.
I can
Roll
use
first.
deceive instead of provoke. Yes. Okay.
Roll first,
Okay.
because you may not need it. You know.
That's true. I may not need it.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't.
Well, that's interesting.
He just thinks I love him so much.
But I'm going to use one of my fate points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his obsession with you.
Oh,
Lets
yeah.
him know
That's
you fairly well, which is going to bring me to a 6.
okay.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm,
So I have subtle social manipulator
You do?
as an aspect,
mhm, mhm.
which this is just me being a good hostess
Yeah,
and wanting
sure.
to thank our VIPs
Mhm, mhm.
being here, because this could, I mean, he's big. This could go well for his career if your personal touch is on this thank you note.
Spend the fate point.
I would love to spend that.
I would love for you to spend that fate point.
I spent it.
Oh, good. Then it's
No,
done.
so if that's a +2, then that's a 7.
Fox, you only have one fate point, right? Because you spent one, so you're down to 1, I believe, because you were out.
Maybe that depends on who wants to know.
And he smiles at you as you bring up the really good point, right? Of this special personal touch.
Yeah, it's subtle social manipulator. It's good. It could be a good career move. Our VIPs need that personal touch.
He looks at you with this look. And he goes, I don't know what I did to deserve you. You are my everything. And he takes the thank you note and he writes the signature. Then he rips it up. And another one. Quickly.
Of course. I just hand him a blank piece of stationery. I haven't filled it out yet, but.
And he makes another one and he looks at it to make sure it really looks good. He goes, do you think this looks manly enough?
Oh, it is incredibly stunning. The hard lines.
And he hands it back to you. He goes, oh, dear, you
Yes.
may want to wrap up quickly. We should be leaving soon.
But let me gather the rest of my things and the stationery and make sure checked in. I have to finish being a hostess, so there's a lot of work.
But quickly, we really should be going very soon.
Of course, I'll meet you out front if you like.
Good. But, dear. And he smiles, just like.
And she give him the peck on the cheek to be like, yeah, just wait for me outside. And then, because stereotypes. If he starts complaining about it, it'll be like, oh well, women take forever to get out the door once they've hosted a party. So she's like, I'll meet you out there so you can't see what I'm doing in here.
and he steps outside. Sylvie, what are you doing right now?
Well, she is. She's gonna go, she kind of casually makes a little bit of a round down at the party for like a second or so, just to make sure she's been seen. But once it seems like, it's wound down, everybody's like, nobody's paying attention.
Weirdly,
anymore.
there are very few people here now.
Yeah, once
Just
she
a
sees
lot of
that
guards,
there's
though.
she's gonna go up and start rounding up the she's gonna get all of the band into one room.
Probably a room that on the tour was noted that had no boiler room beneath it.
I would like from you, Oscar, a stealth. You're looking at a 5 that's coming at you. What do you want to do with that? You've got your dress to kill. You can bring that to a 3.
Yeah, I better.
Okay.
And then I have that fate point.
Yep.
To take it up to a 5.
Okay. Your fate point is gone. You've tied them. You notice you can hear footsteps. They're not close to you yet, but people are looking for you. They're on their way, trying to find you. Did you bring the band to their assigned rooms or to some other room?
I'm going to have brought the band to a different room.
Just asking for no reason.
I would like to think that while we were cruising through the different places, it would have been like, hey, just out of curiosity, my lovely Rita, what's in this room? What's in this room? Oh, this one locks from the inside. Oh, how interesting. How interesting. It fits about 6 people. Oh, very solid. This seems like a very solid door. Okay, neat.
Friedrich, round 2. You're tinkering on this. I need another roll. For your mechanics. Ooh.
That's pretty great.
That is pretty great. That's your difficulty is a 3, so that's a 1.
Okay. Let's fate point this bad boy.
That leaves you with 1 fate point left.
Pow. I don't know how to use Roll20. There it is.
You have 1 left. That puts you at a total of you're close.
We're at 7, right?
Yep, you're at 7. You are so close. You're almost there. You know you just need a little bit more time. You need just a little more time. And if you can get it, you can set this thing up. You know you can.
Can I invoke Trusted by the Waitstaff here?
Yes. What
I'm
for?
going to grab one of the waiters and be like, there are a bunch of sterling young men. Please give them all the hors d'oeuvres. And he points to the soldiers.
We have so many leftover bottles of wine.
Fine, make sure they're well fed.
Okay. They're going to be searching for you, but they're going to have a harder time because they're being distracted. So they're going down. That's going down to a 7. That's going from a 7 to a 5 for that waitstaff. And I believe you have 2 invokes on the waitstaff. You can bring them down to a 3. Do you want to use them both?
Yes. I think that's probably a good idea. Let's no time like the present.
They started moving. You could hear it. They started moving closer to where you were. And then there are waiters, just seemingly out of nowhere, who just start moving in with like hors d'oeuvres. And the guards are like, no. And these, like, there are like 4, 5, 6 of them who just sort of kind of just start guiding them away from where the boiler is.
It's like lobster.
There's
like
just
it's
lobster.
really good. It's hard to resist. You know,
And
it's just
Here's the fried greens, so delicious.
so delicious. And they're just being pushed away from where you're at. And you can tell they want to keep searching one by one, room by room, but they are sort of moved out of the way. Can I get a stealth from Sylvie?
You can.
Thank you.
Maybe. Hang on.
Mhm.
Let's. Okay.
Fair.
Oh, wow. As low as I have that, that's actually not bad.
They get a 4.
I could use my last and add 2 because I have the 1 more.
Use the group. We have group ones. Start burning those.
Yep.
Keep yours. Just in
Okay,
case.
that's true. I could use because I do have the whole band with me, so
You
Right,
I could
right.
use a group one, and
What's your justification?
because I'm always prepared.
That is true.
And in this case, Sylvia was prepared by picking a room that seems very innocuous. So, in fact, when you walk down the hall, you may even mistake it for not a room at all.
Like a
you may just
closet
walk
or-
right
it's
on
like the
past it.
janitor's closet.
Yep.
It's one of those
Yes.
that's supposed to blend in with the
That's
facade.
right.
And you hear it though. you hear them walk by, and you hear like the guns. You can hear them saying, oh, "Where are they?" They don't get you yet, but they're looking. Frida, you're out in the open. What are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm going to get my things. Which means, like, there's that office, which means I'm taking all the money in the office. Because bribes are great.
Yeah.
Because if these people are willing to take me out of here,
Yeah, yeah,
hell yeah.
yeah.
Because I know people. And if I have money and know people, and the signature, I will, yes.
I'm going to need from you, in that case, investigation, I believe.
Would it not be resources since my husband was working in this
Perfect.
office?
Perfect. That also works. Because you actually know your husband, and I believe...
Oh,
that's not good.
it's not good.
What do you want to do about that? Josh is out of fate points. Fox is out of fate points. Greg has...
I think I have 2.
You have...
I should still have one left though, right? Because I got one from
You did?
my song.
Yes, you did. You have 1. And you just used... Oh, I think you have...
I have one left.
You have 1 left.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm the only one out.
You're the only one out, yeah. But
As reminded in chat too, we have Bricktop's fate points as well.
yes, you do. There are 5 of them there, hanging out. And everybody else, I think, is at 1. So what are you going to do about that lack of resources?
Ew, gross. Let's see, what can I do about those resources? I guess I'll use my fate point to try and reroll.
And
That's bad.
Yep. And then you will be out.
And then I will be out.
And what is you and why can you do that? Tell me why. What is your aspect?
Oh, well, because I haven't used this one in a while. I feel like my jealous, controlling husband doesn't let me out of his sight, so I know where he keeps everything.
That is true. That is true. That is very true. That is very true. Yep.
Yeah, I feel like that's fair. Like that's really fair.
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, my friend.
I'm like, oh, this isn't the home office, and then I go and I'm like, whoop.
So let's talk about the fact that this is an advantage with 2 free invokes.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
because this isn't technically our house. This is a
Nope.
house that the government has.
Yes, it does.
So it probably has more money on hand than my house would.
Yes. I want to know, you get money
And maybe other fun things
And
in
what
that little
else?
safe.
What else do you find in that safe besides? Because
Ooh.
that's a superb roll. So you're gonna find a bunch of money. Probably, perhaps some of it is in gold bars,
Ah, wonderful.
right? But
All goes into the purse.
what else is in that safe?
Well, I think there'd be some important documents in that safe.
Oh, yeah. Yes. There, you've got some in folders, files,
Yes.
all stamped, sealed with lots. So you're like, you don't know what's in them, but you know that's important, and you're like,
Yes.
maybe
And I just didn't take this with me.
it's gonna take.
Because with these sealed files in conjunction with this signature, I can be like, no, I have to take this across the border. This is a rush mission. So yeah, that's what she's thinking about. She's like, things I need to get out to cross the border, because that's the hardest part.
And so, that takes us around back to our engineer. You're this close. You're this close. I need more mechanics.
Yes.
Can you do it before they get to you?
Yeah.
Yes, that's all you need. You click the last part into place. You can blow this place. It won't take the whole thing down. This is a big, sturdy, hard, huge place, but it'll blow a hole in and it will cause a lot of damage. It'll be enough.
And more importantly, a distraction.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Do you trigger it? Do you set it on a timer? What are you gonna do? You can. It's up to you. You've got it.
I think he sets it on a timer. because there's going to be one of those really old-fashioned,
Yep.
like turny,
Yep.
clicky,
Yep.
like egg timer style devices for the
Yep.
boiler. He's just like, this is going at 12 o'clock.
Like 2 minutes. Not much time. It's set.
I check my watch, I memorize what I've done, and I leave. Calmly close the doors, and
Oscar's
then
right there.
scuttle.
Yeah.
Oscar's
We
right
have
there.
2 minutes. Let's leave.
2 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, all subtlety aside, he has to get up to the.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't
So
leave us in here.
this is like a dead sprint at
Yep.
this point. So, but Oscar's gonna take it like 10 to 15 feet ahead
Yep.
of the doctor. So he's running, he's the point guard from hell here, as he.
Doctor should get Frida.
Frida's in the office. There's a
If
little.
we pass by that, we're gonna
Yep.
grab her.
Yep. And at this.
I've got a bunch of important folders, documents, and money.
My favorite person right now.
And
I'd probably put it all in like a nice suitcase. I imagine there's one of those in the office.
oh yeah, with that superb.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And maybe like a nice jacket that's not mine.
Yes. Yes.
That reminds him.
Mm-hmm.
He would turn around whenever they stopped for just a second, and he would grab the tweed jacket that was on the doctor and rip it off of him and just say, "Get everything out of your pockets. Anything that you need."
You're being assaulted by a hot dude, just so you know.
I let it happen.
Freda looks a little jealous. Like, soon I will be out of this country. Soon I can do whatever I want.
And I imagine you've gone to get Sylvie. Like you're here, and there's a bit of a gaggle.
Yeah, and he puts the tweed jacket over one of the radiators. He
Yes.
throws it right over.
Hey,
Just
you there! You see a group of 4 guards with guns who have found you because you're in the hallway. And they're like, "We want to speak with you." And they start moving a little closer.
To
You all.
What's that over there? No.
And and you have the band with their instruments, 6 of them. All of you are right there in this hallway. And these 4 guards with guns start walking towards you. And they're holding them. They're not right at you yet, but they're very easily put right there. Automatic weapons.
he would look at the doctor and whisper, "The inner or the outer walls? Which of them holds the pipes?" Usually it's the
Give
inner
correct
walls at this
answer.
time.
yeah. Yes, it is.
Mhm.
I appreciate you, Greg.
I listened to you. I learned that from you.
I learned that from
You
watching
said-
you. I'm right. All right. What are you all doing out? You should all be in your rooms.
Practice. We don't get this good by not practicing. What are you doing here?
Well, we're going to need you to come with us to a different part of the estate.
We don't want to.
This is not a question.
Just let us grab our glasses. And he would tell the band members, "Get to the far wall, the outer wall. Do not get near a radiator."
And they're like, "If you don't need glasses, where you're going? We've been told to thank you for the sheet music. We think we have
you're welcome.
everything we need."
So there's more right here. And he'd just kind of usher them back into the room that they were in, kind of out of the hall. And,
No, come out. And,
"Oh, just 1 second.
and they put up their guns.
Oh, no, there's no need for that. It's right. I'll just grab it. It's right there." And
I
he
think
walks in, too.
we've all like during this process, like Sylvie's already like gushed the band back into the room, like and like kind of have them like back up against the wall.
And the song that Oscar was humming in his head, that 2-minute song that
yep,
he uses for
yep,
moments like this,
Yep.
he comes up behind Sylvie and
Yep.
wraps his arms around her
And they
when
look a
it's
little
like
confused.
3, 2,
What?
and he just
I-
covers up
yeah.
Sylvie.
Just lean in the wall.
And there's this massive explosion that just sort of rocks the house to its foundations. And you have they're thrown off. off balance as things start sort of some of the plaster starts falling, and
Big, and that plaster falling makes huge plumes of
smoke.
dust. Don't
Yes.
I mean, I
Yes.
don't. You can ask how I know, but it's a mess.
It is a
It
mess.
gets in your eyes. It's awful.
And by the way, that's just an aspect that is now in the scene, that there's smoke everywhere. And
There's some asbestos in there too.
oh, there is. They'll have cancer
Yes.
later. Don't worry about it. And they get knocked to the side as this place gets rocked. What do you do?
We book it out of here.
Can we grab, like, did they drop a gun? Can we grab?
No, they're holding their guns, but they're like,
We just need to get into the poor parts of the city. The slums, down the outskirts.
But they're still in our way, right?
they're knocked to the side. You can get through them because they're off balance.
Mhm. Also, it was a big ass explosion. I
Yeah.
imagine some
Yes.
windows are probably
Yes.
blown out because glass
Yes.
was not
There's-
great at this
No,
time.
there's glass everywhere. You know there are more guards around, but now they probably are going
Most
to be
likely, they're on the inside of the premises and not on the exterior part of the property.
Yes, they're probably.
And with that explosion, my husband's going to be coming inside, not outside.
that is correct.
Sylvie's also going to pull out. She still has the address that
hmm
Falstaff gave that
Yeah.
Regina, and she's going to hand it to Frida and be like, "Do you know where this address is?"
Do I know where this address is?
You do. It's actually in this area,
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that is good. We can head there.
which means it's probably a really nice house.
Well,
Yeah.
let's go.
Mm-hmm.
With probably also like a garden or grounds, because all these places have like
Mm-hmm.
wooded areas, as it were, and like these are really nice spaces.
It's very wooded. We're on a lake.
Yeah, yes, you are. So this is probably a good place where, like, if it's around here, you can probably sneak.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need from you all athletics. I need a group roll. Give me some love. Here you go. Give me. Each one of you can give me
Stealth?
one roll. Each one of you can give me one roll. We'll have athletics, stealth. I could maybe get because this is to get you
Ooh.
out of here.
Yeah. Could I do an awareness instead of
Yes.
stealth to try to
Mhm.
look for the? Okay.
Awareness
Oh,
from
man.
you.
Can I get a fight where like
Yes.
Oscar's literally like body
Yes.
checking and like breaking arms and shit
Yes.
as they go out?
You can get a fight. What are you two to get out of here?
I just rolled an athletics.
Okay.
That's what I did. I got an average.
Trooper, can I use my stunt when I'm up against multiple enemies? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Josh, I think from you, I want architecture.
Okay, good.
Ooh.
It was either that or demolitions.
Well, that also works.
Hey.
Yeah, I find us a short route out of here.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. So what this looks like to me, this is a challenge, is that Sylvie, you all need to actually get over walls. You need to get out and get over walls. There's quite a bit going on here. Now you're gonna get you're heading towards like Friedrich is gonna get you like a good place out, but right before you can get there, you're about to sort of get out of the space. But Frida, you're like nope, patrol, right? Like right, and you're just like
Because I helped set up everything
You did.
with Friedrich. So
Well, and I imagine too, Sylvie's probably like making sure all the band people are in front of her and just being like, okay, no one fall behind. Okay, let's
And-
not have any stragglers.
there are stragglers, and you think you make it out, but right when you get to where you're going to get out of the estate, you see about 7 soldiers blocking your way between you and out of here. Oscar, how do you stop that from happening?
These 7?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna allow me to narrate this?
Yeah, because you made that roll. You did.
Can I kill them?
If you
I
want
don't.
to, it's up to you. It's your choice
Okay.
what you do with these people.
Then this is like a Han Solo moment, like when they are running and they round the corner.
Mhm.
There's these 7 guys that are kind of in various states of observation,
Mhm.
and Oscar just runs and leaps into the middle of them,
Yeah.
clotheslines 2 of them and takes them down. and pushes off of them. And as he comes up, he pulls the pins on their grenades around there.
Yeah.
Nice.
And he cracks his head off the back of the one that has just turned around. And if you let me, I'm going to grab one of their MP40s. As he takes that, hits the stock against another guy, breaks his jaw. As his teeth clatter along the floor, he throws the 2 firing pins and they clatter as well. And he gets everybody out of there. And then Michael bays it as he's walking away.
And you can just taste all the gunpowder in your mouth, all of you, right as it sort of explodes. And you're able to, and then you, I imagine, I would like to know, Friedrich, how do you get yourselves out of this estate towards another part of the lake without being seen through your architecture?
I imagine that he's very well versed in how someone designs a garden.
Yeah.
So you've got the main paths that everyone will be going down that lead to either the exit or the nice walking route around the side, which will be lined by trees, and we followed that behind some cover. And then when we don't have that, he's like, okay, well, there's probably a wall here because that was the style. So crouch, everyone.
And you have such a hard time wrangling your band, but you get them there. And
rogue trombones making too much sense.
it's true. Now, Frida, where you're going, you've never been. But you have to navigate, right? You have to navigate through basically backwoods, like back gardens, to get to this place. Tell me how your awareness helps you get there.
Well, I know the address, so I vaguely know the location. And there was like, a couple years ago, there was like a yacht party on this lake. And so I got somewhat familiar with the backyards of people's here. And so I know how many yards over it is. I may not necessarily know exactly, but I'm like, okay, it's one house. It should be this, the 8th house on the right, that kind of thing.
Which means you take the back ways and not the front ways where all the vehicles are and all of the people are. And when you make your way around, you get to an estate, Friedrich, where you have been before. You have been to this estate before. You've had dinners here multiple times. This is the Krause estate that belonged to your friend.
I think you just hear an exclamation from him under his breath. Do any of you know Krause?
The name is probably familiar because I'm a socialite.
These people are not very sociable.
Oh, well then no. I just know what the house is. They're between 2 very popular people.
It's true, but Oscar knows the name. Oscar knows the name.
Yeah.
Sounds something dangerous. It must be.
And there is a light burning in that estate, in that mansion. Oh, and I can show you what it looks like. Because
If you are suspicious, I can go up and speak with some.
No, he
People will not suspect
promised to
me.
get me out. I didn't realize it would be like this.
Ooh. Well, and Sylvie trusts the info. She hates Falstaff, but she trusts the information, so she'll just kind of cruise up there. No, I trust the information that we have.
back door through the garden.
Yeah, so she's gonna cruise around there and just go up and waltz on up there and knock on the door in whatever way they're supposed to knock on it.
There's a bit of a wait. And slowly, after a moment, the door opens. And it's the demon. No, there's a woman. There's a woman. She's older. She looks to be in her maybe late 60s, and she's wearing a nightgown with a jacket, and she's a little like, well, what is happening here? She wants to know, and she sort of looks suspiciously. A German woman, heavy set, looks like a mom maybe, or a grandmother really, and she's got a bit of a lamp, and she looks and she just goes, "What is this?"
Regina told us that we could find a safe place to stay here.
Oh, hello, Rothgar. And she goes, "Oh, Miss Regina, of course, come in." And then she sees Friedrich. She
Go in.
goes, "Oh, doctor, I'm so. Oh, please come in.
Madam, we need to keep very, very quiet.
Oh, and she leads you in, and then of course, then there's like 6 band members. Like, there are a lot of people here, and she's sort of a bit surprised.
It's a party.
And she's a bit surprised. And as you walk into this estate, it's huge. It's a lot of dark woods, and she's sort of bringing you down this hallway. And there's this in this hallway, there's this main hallway which is painting after painting after painting of stern-looking men in military uniforms, clearly going back quite some time. And she brings you in to like a study, and you know this to be your friend's his main study. He also has a lab in here, but it's his main study. And she sits you all down there, sort of a little trying to figure out what to do. And inside this study, there's a painting of Hans Krause, who you know, sort of younger, a beautiful woman, must be a wife and a small child, a daughter, blonde, young, probably, 6 or 7 maybe. And the house it's got those covers, the dust covers over most of the furniture, like it's been sort of shut up. It's being maintained. There's clearly people who live here, but there's this woman who lives here who you know to be basically the governess, sort of the house. But the house clearly has not been occupied since the owner was killed in France. But there are awards, trophies for marksmanship. There are little scraps of stories of awards, very clearly Regina Krause, little awards that she's gotten for marksmanship around this place. And she just says, oh, well, what do you need? How can I help you? And where is Miss Regina? We are waiting for her. She's oh, you're the opera singer.
Yes. Do you have here? And she just signs a napkin or like a handkerchief or something.
I love your
Gives it
music.
to her.
You have a beautiful voice.
Thank you. Do you have transportation?
Oh, well,
Truck.
a truck? No,
A
but
van?
we have a car.
If not, could
a
you-
town car?
She just counts people. Is there someone who could relay a message? Because I have the aspect daughter of Berlin,
You do?
and so I could call in some favors
could.
from some contacts, perhaps,
could.
to get some transit to the border
You could?
during the night, because it's going to be
Mhm.
easier to escape now
Mhm.
than come morning.
I will need a fate point for that.
Can I use one from the pool?
You may.
No.
Oh no! Sorry.
All
no.
right, Greg.
Yes,
You
no,
know.
please take one from the pool.
The hell with you.
And she will use her cunning linguist free
Mhm.
aspect as well
Mhm,
too.
mhm.
Right in not German, so that it's not obvious. So probably
Uh-huh.
like maybe contact some old French
Yes.
or Italian,
Mhm,
somebody,
mhm.
some like from the slums,
Yes.
someone the non-Germans.
Yes.
To get it, because I'm sure they have work trucks.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. That fate point will do it. And she goes, well, yes, but where's Miss Regina? Just sort of asking the group, like, oh.
She's well. I'm her employer in Paris.
Oh,
And she has been doing very well, but unfortunately, we've been very busy.
oh, but how is her husband?
He's well as well.
Oh, good. I mean, I don't understand why she did not come back with her husband when her father died.
Well, unfortunately, just with everything going on, we have been keeping so very busy. So many soldiers coming into the bar and everything. There's unfortunately, even with such drastic things going on, there's really not been very much free time, I'm afraid.
Oh, I see. I need a deception from you. And as she says, well, that means she must have seen her father when he was there. Wait, that means she must know that he died. You're down by one.
I do have one of my own fate points left.
You do.
Mhm,
You do.
We have group ones as well.
And you have group
Spend
ones.
them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, afraid what we're gonna need those group ones for, though. We're not out of the water yet. How many group ones we have here? 4.
Yeah, I just used one to get us transit because I had something I can do because
Mhm.
I'm
Well, can I
fabulous.
spend one here?
You
I'm a
tell me
friend
how.
of the family.
Yes, yes,
You
yes, you
are.
can. Yes, you can. You'll have to back her up though, because this woman, she's like, well, but if she knew that her father was killed, then why did she not come back for the? I don't understand.
You understand that Herr Krauser was a very private man.
Yeah.
Last I heard from him, he did not tell anyone that he was in Paris. She probably does not know yet, which is why she would not be back here.
Oh. She.
And we have been keeping incredibly busy. I mean, you know how Paris has become the new hotspot for Germans to visit.
Well, are you going to see her then?
Yes,
Well, you have to tell her that her father died,
I will.
and tell her that we're waiting for her to come back. That we're keeping the house for her, and will you wait? And she goes off and she leaves you. And she comes back. She's, I'll take this. But wait.
Thank you.
And then she goes off again, leaving you in the study.
Sylvie's going to turn to Oscar. Oscar, I suppose we'll have to let Regina know that her father has passed.
Yeah.
Do you think they would mind if I lit a cigarette here?
No,
You're so alive.
I have one as well.
I'm sure that would be fine.
And this woman, she comes back, and she says, and she comes to you, Friedrich, she goes, and she hands you like a basket, like a picnic basket, like a small basket with it covered. She goes, these are her favorite. I always keep some of them kept here, and for when she comes back, her father always said that I should keep, and I make them every week. Bring these to her and tell her that we're all waiting for her to come back. Oh, and her husband too, of course, although I've never liked him very much. But he was not very nice. He was so angry at the wedding. But I'm glad it all
Just
worked
like
out.
takes a deep drag on the cigarette.
Yes.
Sylvie under her breath where Oscar can hear, I'll be sure to pass that along as well.
So please, I will pass off
You
this
will.
message. But
Thank you.
Of course.
We ask one more thing of you.
of
Is it okay if we stay here tonight?
course.
It's until the transit arrives.
Yes. There are many rooms upstairs. Of course, I will get some for you. I will make this message first. You know, some people said that she died, but her father always said that she was just with her husband touring, and that they would be back. I'm glad to know that. And she just pats the basket, and then she sort of like heads out to get the transport for you.
Well, if we're going to get any rest, I want to sleep in Regina's old room.
I do not think I can sleep. I am far too excited.
Yes. How long have you been married to that old cretin?
See, they were probably married in 33.
Yeah.
So
When Hitler came to power, and he's like, "We're
Yeah.
getting married," and she's like, "Who are you?"
so 8 years.
8 years? My lord. Well,
There's no
do you want to
unfortunately
find...
no turning him down. If I want to just keep just kind of gestures.
I believe there's a facade that we have both been keeping up, but Frida has saved me multiple times, and I'm sure that, well, we're here now.
Oh. Oh. Am I to understand there's some
No.
truth behind it?
No.
Significantly older than even her husband.
I'm not here to judge.
I'm not. No offense, but I'm very much not interested in.
And
No.
neither am I.
Good.
I was
Good.
married to my studies.
That's fine. That's fine. Frida.
I would like to consider myself a single woman after today, though.
Wonderful.
If it's not a willing marriage. So.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I think we can say that at that point, you're going to.
And
get
she
your-
definitely give Oscar the like
Mhm.
with that statement.
You will get transportation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need a final set of rolls for you all to get out of the country without the right documentation when you're being looked for.
Uh-huh.
What kind of roles do you need?
What? Well, first off, I'm certain some deception is going to have to happen.
Yes.
That's going to have to be there. I imagine some driving is going to have to happen.
I'll
But don't
hit
ask
the
me to
drive.
drive.
Yeah, don't ask me.
I was like,
I'll
don't.
I've done it
drive then.
before. I've done it before.
Do you, Josh? What do you
I'm
have
an
in
opera
drive?
singer.
I mean,
Or-
just I have a 3, so I'll give it a.
No, that's for you. That's all
Yeah,
you.
you
Yeah,
can
no, I'm
drive
going to
all you
fail it
want.
right now because I said I had a 3.
But wait, now I need to know. So Oscar's contributing drive. Who's going to give us our deception?
I would like to, with the document that I have with my husband's signature on
Yes,
it,
yes.
because that's a blank.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
he discarded the first one,
yeah.
so it's just a blank piece of
Because his signature wasn't manly
government,
enough.
and because it was from the government
Yes,
office.
yes, it was.
It's got the government
Mhm.
heading on it.
Mhm. Sylvie?
Just fill in the blanks.
So we've already got drive. We've got deceive. What else do we need?
How would you like to help? You're going to have people checking your paperwork regularly, asking you some questions. You're going to need to.
How
get
about
from here to
rapport?
there. Yes, sort of make some people feel comfortable.
Yes.
Mhm.
Let us.
Some charm. Some charm.
Let us.
Ooh.
Charm.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I'll roll that deceive.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She's gonna layer the charm.
Ooh,
Oh.
okay.
Yeah.
Friedrich.
Demolitions. No.
Hey,
We're going
no,
out
I-
with a
When the charm
bang.
doesn't work. I mean, when charm doesn't work.
I mean,
I was thinking mechanics because if we are taking this truck
Yeah.
all the way across Germany
yes.
or
Mhm.
know
Yeah.
off road,
Yeah.
I imagine we need some.
It's a big
sort
old
of
work truck, so all the
Yes.
band people can just be in the back.
Yep.
And it's probably me and Oscar up front because Oscar's
Yeah.
the driver, and I'm like, here's the paperwork
Which
from
means,
the colonel.
yeah, yeah. Give me your mechanics.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have a fate
You
point.
do. You do. You have one left.
I will use that. To add to.
Yep. To add to.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
So
Wonderful.
let's.
And are these our last rolls?
These are your last rolls.
Okay, I'm holding you to that.
No, this is it. These are your last rolls to get out. It's your
Well,
challenge.
Wait,
Before we actually leave, though,
Yeah.
one thing I want to have happen. I'm gonna because this is Frida's first night as a free woman. Sylvie's gonna be like, well, to celebrate, do you want to go through Regina's old room with me? Because she's gonna go see if she can find some old pants and see if Frida wants to wear some pants.
The problem is that when you walk into Dot's here,
Yes,
Dot,
she is.
so she can help.
Dot, wouldn't Regina have some pants in her old room?
Dot, wouldn't this room sort of be
Wouldn't there be some pants?
You didn't live in
This
this
is a
room
cover.
recently. I'm just
You would
wondering.
have had some pants hidden in there. Come on,
Even
now.
if not, it would still be a good idea to change
Yes.
for both of us to not be in the
That's
clothes
probably
we were seen in. For all the ladies
Yeah.
to not be in the clothes we were seen in at the party.
Oh, there's a single. Well, what's in the single trunk? Is it a body? Because we're not going to be able to wear that.
It's a no, it's not a body.
Flesh
Draco
suit,
around you, it's fine.
activate.
Well,
Yeah, there's an yeah, it's I imagine that this room is sort of kind of like because Regina has not lived here full time since she was like 10. So I imagine there's a lot of young Regina stuff here
oh, that's not going to work.
and a wedding dress.
Well, Sylvie's going to put on the wedding dress.
We could Smokey and the Bandit this shit. We'll just
Freda is, I said at the beginning, she's very small and petite. So she'll put on probably like a button up from the outfit. So it's going to be like really pulling on those buttons. But she's single now. And so she can just undo a couple of them. And in her mind, she's like, yes, this is, oh, I haven't felt this liberated since the 20s. Like, just,
Oh, the 20s. Yep.
oh, the 20s.
Yeah.
No, and,
When I was in my 20s.
So Sylvie's going to put on this wedding dress, and she knows the deal behind it. So she's actually, sorry, Regina. Sorry, Dad. I know you're here. She's going to take it, and she's going to put on the wedding dress, and she's going to actually cut/tear the bottom so it's actually knee length.
Well, technically, wedding dresses at this time were most likely knee length.
Before you do, I'm gonna need somebody to give me either academics or artisan.
I can do an academics
Yeah.
for you.
Yep.
Please, that's not none of us.
Yep.
We're all performers.
Give it to me. Fair.
Ooh.
This is not a new wedding dress. This wedding dress is.
Oh well, if it looks old, she's not
it
going to.
is-
She's not.
It
gonna
is
do that.
old. It is
Okay, if it looks
probably,
like if she pulls it out and it looks old, she will put it on, but she's not going to mess it
also
up.
it's super expensive.
Oh.
Well, if it's super expensive, she's especially going to put it on. But she's not going to like Sylvie. Okay, so Sylvie does not have economics, but she does own a lot of expensive shit, so she can tell when something is expensive.
Yeah.
So she would not raise a hand to a fine piece of clothing,
It is a fine piece of clothing.
but
It's
she will
nice.
put it on.
It is nice. And there's just all these like things from Regina's youth there in this room.
I have no idea who Regina is. I'm just like, this
like a-
blouse might fit.
It's like a kid's
Well, if I
room.
undo these buttons, it'll fit. Okay, done. And then like what we used to put was probably like a calf length skirt is now just above the knee.
Yeah.
And it's just, she's like, this is highly inappropriate and I'm all right with it.
And you have to let me know if you want to take anything out of there, but there's like and you know, Friedrich, you've been here before. There's like a chemistry lab. There's like a chemistry lab in here. There's a study library. It's like a pretty, you know.
Yeah, I just say to Oscar and Sylvia or Sylvie, if you ever wanted to know anything about your friend's father, this is the place to do it. He spends many hours in here talking with me, or messing with all sorts of things in his laboratory. I didn't understand them, but I feel we may have conjured something evil together. I'm not sure I deserve to escape, but I'm thankful for the opportunity.
Do you believe he still has his notes there? Or
I can come with you and have a look. I know his handwriting.
perhaps it should escape with you?
Perhaps.
I don't think they're doing any good here.
Gonna take
So
a
there's
look.
a serious document search going on downstairs, and upstairs the girls are like, dress up!
Upstairs, it's like, look at me, I'm in a wedding dress.
Is this too much or
I
enough
do
cleavage?
respect my-
This is
And Sylvie's gonna just like unbutton it one more and be like,
Oh.
there we. And she's gonna straight up just reach over and just like kind of push. I mean, she's gonna manhandle her a little bit and just like
Oh.
And right when you push the together, it's a hard cut downstairs, and it's a paper held up, and Oscar goes, "So this is how you split the atom?" And it's
Actually, the paperwork, when you look at it, it starts off with a lot of chemical notes, and then as you go on, when you look at these notebooks, it stops being chemical notes and it just starts being this sentence over and over again. Knowledge is the only thing that matters. 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 Pages and pages and pages and pages of just that phrase over and over and over and over again. Like, so many pages, and the handwriting is very precise, always perfect, very precise. And it's just that phrase, knowledge is the only thing that matters, over and over and over and over again.
We both lied to ourselves.
And
Hard truth.
yeah. And you get these vans, and you all are amazing. You are able to charm them, lie to them, show them paperwork, make sure that you figure out the best routes where it will not be really great on any vehicles that are following you, just like bad roads. But you keep your vehicle.
These are country work trucks. Of course they can go on the bad roads.
And you keep them up, and you make it out. I need from you, though, academics, Friedrich.
As soon as we cross like the last checkpoint over the and get across the border into France, if Oscar's all right with it, because he's driving and she's up in the front seat with him, she's just gonna plant one on him, because she's like, fucking freedom, and just so happy about it.
Yeah, so he would kiss her, but he'd still be kind of like looking one eye around her head as he's watching her driving, and he would slow down to the point where he could reciprocate. It's a shared freedom kiss. And then he would say, I'm sorry, Trooper, you had something you want to
say? Keep going.
He would say, as they started to back up again, and he would look over and say, you can sing whatever you would like now.
That is a relief.
Then let's sing. I'm terrible. But
it's all right, I'm quite loud.
Good. And I would imagine maybe just some, just
probably
an old
one of because they saw each other fleeting across that room at that one after party.
Yeah.
She'd pick a song from that controversial show that probably played beforehand.
Yeah. Something
before
really,
the after party.
A little bit filthy. A little filthy cabaret excitement, right?
Yes. And that's what she'd start up.
A real good Berliner song, too.
Right.
And as they're singing up front, you, Friedrich, are looking at these notes of his, this notebook, which is started off with chemistry and sort of ends with this sort of phrase over and over again. And you notice that there are numbers sort of bordering these pages, and you know the numbers. You know what they are. They're coordinates. They're map coordinates. He asked you at one point in time for all the places that you built those showers in those mental hospitals. You don't know why he asked you, but he did. And these are the coordinates for each one of these hospitals that you made the showers for. And they're all written just like a string of numbers, these coordinates in this book. And then there's some that you don't know. There are other numbers that are probably also coordinates for places that you didn't build, because all the places you built were in Germany, and there's some other coordinates that are not. Just with his cramped writing, knowledge is the most important thing. Knowledge is the most important thing. Knowledge is the most important thing.
Yeah, I hand the book to Sylvie and I say, you need to get this out to the English so that me and Krauser can make up for what we've done. And I think he starts to break down a bit there.
Sylvie's gonna take it. Yes, I'll see that happens.
And with that, we close the episode. Oh, y'all. Ooh. So, I love you. I just want to give some shout outs to those who have given us tips or bits. And then I'm going to do an amazing outro with the most amazing guests ever. So we have got we've got 200 bits from Your Turn, My Turn. No message. So the message is, yay, freedom. And then we have
Freedom smooches.
Freedom smooches. 500 bits from Rissa, who says, you sang the heck out of that song, Rocket Fox. And then, we just got another one coming in. Another one saying, from Rissa, 500 bits, saying, so many feels. And there were a lot of feels in that moment. Thank you, all of you who have donated to help pay for this cast and for our art and music. And I would like us all to do a go-around. And I want to thank also especially, we're going to do a go-around. I would like you each to tell me who you are, where we can find you, what you're doing, what's up, like what's going on. And then if you would give some love to someone else in the cast for tonight. And I would like to start with, I want to start with the person who just broke down crying. I want to start with Josh. Who are you? Where can we find you? And give some love to someone.
Oh, well, hi, I'm Josh. If you want to see my role-playing adventures, you can hop on to Strange Adventures on YouTube. There's actually a video of me and Trooper discussing how failure in role-play games is fun and interesting. And yeah, that's what I do. I stream on Gaming FTL, make silly videos.
And you are also in.
Oh, I'm in Stitch of Fate with Dart. If you wanna watch us role play together, that's a lot of fun. But it's difficult to pick between you four. But I think just for the sheer pipes on Rocket Fox, that was incredible. So thank you.
Let's then go to the person who now has Dad's laboratory books. Let's go to Sylvie. And those are not in no way disturbing. In no way disturbing.
Yeah, those. She's just gonna slide those on over to someone who's not her, probably as soon as possible. But hello, everybody. I'm Rocket Fox. I'm hither, thither, all a wither. But yeah, no, I am. You can find me pretty much anywhere. If you look up Rocket Fox, I'll likely be there.
Behind you.
But including right behind you in this very moment. But some other things of note that are exciting. We have started on my own channel Cyberpunk Sonata, which is a Cyberpunk Red game. And that is Monday nights. We are coming up on episode 3 and it's been super fun. I'm really excited about that. And also next week, for the first time, going to be over on Weave the Tales channel on Thursday afternoon for Mora Ravenwood Academy, which has been described as kind of a Breakfast Club meets Harry Potter sort of thing. So yeah, I'm really excited about that. And other stuff, I have a podcast about weird shit. It's called Fantastically Strange. It's fantastic and strange. Yeah, that's what I do. And yes, I like to fluff people's cleavage as well. That goes for in-game and out of game. So,
Important life skills.
Important life skills, absolutely. And but yeah, as far as favorite moments, oh god, it's always so hard. I love everybody, and it was such a joy and delight and treat to have the amazing special guests with us tonight that we have had. I would like to see more of your beautiful faces. And
well, they exist in the universe now, so I mean.
Well, yeah, and now you're here, so you're just gonna have to be here all the time. Sorry.
And her husband's not dead, and you know he is a little obsessive about things.
But favorite moments, I do have to say, one that really stuck out to me was in part just because it just clawed, visceral, icy fingers down my heart. The whole thing with, I'm gonna go ahead and say it, Regina's ex, her creepy, awful ex person, but that whole scene
She
in
seemed
the middle,
perfectly fine. She was very
Yeah.
nice.
yeah, kind of fine in the way that like a pit of hungry dogs when you dangle a meat piece over it is fine.
Sure.
But
Sure.
yeah, the whole thing that panned out just from start to finish in the middle of that party room, like I've never felt so put off and turned on at the same time. I was left so confused. So I don't know. I guess that's my life. So that's me. That's what I've got.
We will go around over to Lindy. Who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love.
Oh, I'm gonna give love first because I've got all these moments in my mind first. I could just forget
good
other
love.
things. That's fine. So this was so much fun. I had a blast. Favorite moments. Rocket's face as soon as like that first scene on the train station with Freda and Dr. Friedrich. Well, Dr. Friedrich wasn't, with Freda and her husband, and just being like,
Otto.
like just that, like that face.
Not like
Just,
him.
excuse me, da fuck. And it was just great. And Greg like, yeah, Lindy would pull some bullshit like this. Speaking of Greg, I loved it when he was like, can we have those Nazis from the train here? Like, can we just have them here right now? And I was like,
Oh,
all right, let's do some work with that.
in case you don't know, her husband beat the crap out of that guy. Like,
Yeah.
hardcore. Because,
How dare he touch me?
yeah.
Even accidentally.
Yeah. He's a little bit like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I also just loved just Dr. Friedrich and Freda being like, hi, we're cool with each other, but we can't really act like it, so just here's a nice friendly hello, and then we're gonna pretend to not know each other. And then we're gonna come back and be like, oh, thank you for vouching for my escape out of here too. Like, that's just so nice of you. just those little moments, it was so good. And of course, Trooper for making my awful husband just especially awful.
Thank
Because
you,
that was like, I was like he needs to be just the worst, and not like bratwurst, like the actual worst.
Because bratwurst is delicious. You know.
It's true. Big fan of bratwurst, not a big fan of him. So she is just elated to not be with that crusty old husk of a controlling dude that kind of forced her into like basically a non-consensual marriage. So she's like, I imagine she's gonna go a little wild.
Hey,
She gets
Paris.
to
You know?
Paris.
City of Light.
I
What
just
better
imagine
place to
that.
go wild?
Yeah, just a little bit of wild when she gets there to be like, oh man, this has been pent up for 8 years, and I cannot wait just to hear little bits about her now that she's in the world. But you can find me in the current modern world as Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM a lot of tabletop RPGs, normally on Mondays and Tuesdays on my channel, but I'm off this Monday and Tuesday, so check in next week when we come back with season 2 of Mondays in Exandria. It's a whole new campaign, so you don't even need to have watched anything beforehand. It's just the same characters, so if you liked them, they're back. We've got artwork and all sorts of other cool things. I'm working on so many cool things right now. I've spent way too much money, but it's going to be really awesome, so definitely check that out. Aliens will be back at the beginning of March, so check that out as well, because it's real intense, and I'm terrified and excited. And of course, you can see me and Trooper starting next week on Praxagora Thesmophoria's channel for Wednesdays for Witcher and Sunday for Blue Rose. So much excitement, lots of drama, lots of panic, but very, very good. And I just appreciate you all, and this was so much fun. Thank you for having me.
Last but not least, our man of action and also abs and also dance. Interpretive dance, Greg.
Also apparently making out with everybody.
Hey, Oscar makes
That's
out
when
with people.
Frida knew he was single, and she was like, okay.
I'm gonna make out with some people. You know, Oscar's got good lips. It's a thing. It's apparently it's a German.
Can verify.
Yeah, it's German. It's a German way to you know, say hi. Just
It's
mack it.
canon.
Yeah,
Sure.
canon. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love.
I'm Greg. I'm not on the internets, but you can see me on Aether's Walkway on Laugh Love Lindy's channel at 1 p.m. Eastern every Friday. And then, of course, here I'm with Lindy and Trooper on that show. So it's fun. It's a whole Friday I get to spend with those that I love. This was absolutely fantastic. Our guests were incredibly fun. The characters were endearing from the very moment that we met them. It was the pacing was perfect to set up an entire sequence in Berlin is incredible. I can't get people from one dungeon room to the next in 3 hours. You got us from Paris to Berlin and back, which is a hell of
And
an
that's like
accomplishment.
him talking from actual experience.
right.
I was there.
But it was absolutely the best. The songs were incredible. It adds so much. It takes you right into the area, suspends disbelief that we're in 2021 or not in 1941. And Josh, man, I'm going to tell you what, when your character immediately kind of like bared up and said, I don't have any friends, that was fantastic role playing, man. That was a sheer delight to have that type of response, because normally that's a choice to say, am I going to play this character way? Do I want the other characters to like me? Or no. It was raw. It was visceral. It was perfect response. And I loved it. I couldn't, it was one of my favorite moments I've had in a while.
I actually said, should I try and make them not like me? Like before I started.
I love it, man. It was a perfect choice. It was for that moment. It was just absolutely, and that point, I understood the character, and I understood the torture that this character had gone through, and because that's the point that you were giving us. He has no friends, you know, he's alone. And then everything kind of falls into place. It was great. It was fantastic. Trooper, buddy, this world is alive. It is growing. It is evolving. It is dangerous. It's beautiful. It's fun, and it's absolutely fearsome. And I fucking love it, man. And having these guests here, and our old crew, and all the other guests that have been in here, and JF and shit. And by the way, JF, I'm ready to fucking challenge Jules to a drive, and on my bike, you in that race car. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's gonna be so good. So good.
But I love it, man. Thank you so much. This was a blast tonight.
Thank you. And I'm troopersjp, and I'm the facilitator for this madness. I mean, of course, I have to give love to everyone. I want to give love to our regular cast. Greg, you have such a great way of sort of exploding into sort of exciting. Like, Oscar's so like, what is he gonna do? He might kill you or kiss you. Maybe both. It is unclear. Like, such a great dance. Of course, Fox, I love the sort of nuance you have where you have this like big Sylvie, but then Sylvie's also like, no, I don't like that. Like, there's like this sort of like inside Sylvie that's like, nope, don't like that. Not gonna have it. You're gonna kill that man. And like the kind of like that tension that she has, and that sometimes it. Like she's like, I know that she really wanted to like cause a scene with those Nazis in the train. I do know that because I care. But you didn't, like, just a little bit, but like that kind of tension between wanting to actually just want to do something, but you have to pull back. Lindy, of course, you know Lindy. I adore you. I love your creepy husband. Thank you for making that NPC for me. But I also loved the y'all are so smart. Like, you're like, okay, we're trapped in this villa. We need to figure out how to do this in a way that's going to be subtle. And now there's no time for subtlety, right? Like, just like I'm going to take this money. I'm going to take some files. I'm going to get his signature. Like, just setting these things up and like, okay, how do we set up this space? And then
a document with a colonel's signature goes a long way at Border Patrol.
It does. And
now all those files, I can just hand them over to these lovely people who helped me escape. And be like, I don't know what's in them, but here's info.
I know what's in them. Because
and you should bomb this house in particular.
These places.
Here's some spots.
Here's my husband's house. You should bomb that place.
Circle it 3 times. A little star.
Which means we've also completed our mission. Boom. One success.
Every aspect of the mission.
Plus some bonuses, as a matter of fact. And Josh.
Like documents.
Yeah. Josh, thank you for being here at an outrageous amount of time because you are in the UK right now. And so I want to thank you for that madness. And I want to thank you so much for, I just loved your, there's something sort of so tragic about Mendel, but then also really like such like, no, we're gonna blow up the boiler. That's what we're gonna do. Like, just like these really great moments that like, that's what you need because it's a good sturdy place, but that will cause some problems. That will cause some problems and it will get you out. And it was such an honor to play with all of you.
I had a really good time. So yeah, any opportunity to play role play with you and now all of my new friends here. Yeah, this was a blast. So thank you, Trooper.
It was also a blast because there was an explosion. So that's us. So thank you everyone for being here. And I'm troopersjp. You know me. You can find me next. What is today? Friday? Tomorrow, Saturday. I'm playing The Outer Worlds. And then on Sunday at 5 p.m. into the Southlands over at Kobold Press. And, find me all the places. You can, all the socials and all of that business. Go and, oh, hey, chat, by the way, really quickly. What's the title for today's episode? If you have one, as I'm giving our sign out, let me know. Otherwise, I'll make it up and it'll be explosive. So that's it. I will take care of you all. See you on the flip side and be good to each other. Bye. Wait, where am I? No, here. And yes. Bye, everybody.